That was not an Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6 o'clock p.m. and ask that we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let's begin with roll call, and Ms. Warner, I believe you're on system. Let's be sure we can hear you.
I'm here.
Okay, Karen Warner's present, all right.
Matthew Patinsky.
Amy Carney.
Mike Sharkey.
And Donna Lewis. I'm going to make a motion to approve the agenda with the following adjustments. I'd like to move the consent agenda to after the public comments, but before the information discussion. I'd also like to move 10C to now be 10B, and move 10B to now be 10C. Other adjustments? Go ahead, Ms. Warner, Carney.
Thank you, President Lewis. I'd like to pull the personnel report, please.
Item 9G. Did I get it right?
G, yes.
All right, we'll pull item 9G. Any other adjustments to the agenda as presented? I need a second for the motion with those three adjustments.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I just want to be sure we heard Ms. Werner.
Yes, I said aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Citizens attending and/or participating in Scottsdale Unified School District meetings, either in person, virtually, or telephonically, are required to observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to members of the governing board and staff. Unauthorized remarks or demonstrations from members of the audience, yells, outbursts, and/or other disruptions are not permitted. And we'd like to welcome the many members of our community who are also in our overflow room. Your attendance means a lot to us in terms of this beautiful democracy role that we get to play together. All right, let's go to student and staff recognitions and celebrations. Dr. Menzel.
Well, good evening, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, members of the governing board, and all the members of our community who are here this evening. We have many celebrations to share and showcase the excellence shining across Scottsdale Unified School District. Tonight, we'll kick off our celebrations with a team that closed out last semester by making history, our Desert Mountain High School football team. To help us recognize these SUSD trailblazers, please join me in welcoming our athletic director, Steven Cervantes. Steven?
Thank you, Dr. Menzel, and good evening, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, governing board members, Dr. Menzel, and Ms. Wagner. Tonight, I have the honor of recognizing an extraordinary group of student athletes who made history for Desert Mountain High School and for our entire district. This past football season will long be remembered as the year the Desert Mountain Wolves captured their first ever AIA 5A state championship. Can our football state champions please join us at the podium? All right, everybody. This is a gigantic team, and we're honored to have them all here tonight. So if you can't see me, I apologize about that. In December, under the bright lights and with the highest stakes, the Wolves delivered a commanding performance defeating Canyon View 21-7. Their victory was not only decisive, but a showcase of the grit, discipline, and resilience that defined their remarkable season. This championship run was fueled by standout efforts across the field, including sophomore running back Easton Connor, who earned Offensive Player of the Game honors, and defensive back Ryan McDonough, who was named Defensive Player of the Game. But beyond the individual highlights, it was a team's unity, preparation, and belief in one another that propelled them to the top. Their accomplishments reflect countless hours of hard work, the unwavering support of their families, the passion of their school community, and the steady leadership of coaching staff committed to excellence. Wolves, on behalf of the district and our entire athletic community, congratulations on making Desert Mountain history and bringing home the 2025 AIA 5A State Championship. Your achievement represents determination, pride, and legacy that will inspire future Wolves for years to come. At this time, I would like to invite Coach Hamilton to say a few words.
Well, thanks for letting me know I was going to speak tonight, Stephen. Anyway, proud to be here, proud to be honored by the Scottsdale Unified School District Board. I've never been to one of these meetings, but it is an honor to be here, representing, of course, our community, our school, Desert Mountain High School, and just, you know, a pleasure, again, to work here in the Scottsdale Unified School District, of course, and it's just an honor for me to wake up every day and do what I love to do. It's coach young men, playing the sport that I love, for sure. And again, you know, continue to support our program and our boys, and thanks for having us out. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Coach. Each one of the boys was represented with a challenge coin tonight, which we did beforehand because it would have taken a long time to pass them all out in here. But we want to thank the board and everybody for all their support. Congratulations, Desert Mountain, on their first state championship.
Congratulations, Wolves. It is always fun to recognize our successful student athletes, and when you celebrate the first ever state championship in football, that's extra special. Next, we want to celebrate some student success. We have had some incredible spellers here in Scottsdale, and I'd like to invite Dr. Tamara Jagodzinski and Dr. David Praniski to come up and recognize our two successful winners.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel, and good evening, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, governing board members, Dr. Menzel, and Mrs. Wagner. I'd like to invite two outstanding middle school students, Adrian Cortez Ramos, a 7th grader from Tonalea Middle School, and Camden Hernandez, a 7th grader from Desert Canyon Middle School, to join me at the podium, along with their principals, Principal Rob Vila and Principal Chris Ambry, and SUSD State and Federal Program Dr. P, who's already here. In January, both of these exceptional students demonstrated remarkable skill, perseverance, and confidence as they competed and won 2 of SUSD's most celebrated academic competitions. Adrian Cortez Ramos emerged as the 2026 SUSD Spanish Spelling Bee champion. To share a little bit more about Adrian's journey, I will turn it over to Dr. P.
Good evening. We are honored to celebrate Adrian Cortez Ramos, 7th grader from Tonalea Middle School, as our 2026 Spanish Spelling Bee champ. Give it up for Adrian. We had 32 middle school students registered for our B. Adrian faced many intense rounds and confidently spelled several challenging words in the competition. Despejar, esfuerzo, modificación, entusiasmo, diabético, all secured his path to victory. Students were required to spell each word correctly, including accents, and Adrian did not falter. This marks back-to-back championships for Tunlea Middle School, coming out victorious for 2 years in a row at the Spanish Spelling Bee. This is a testament to the school-strong Spanish teacher, Mr. Ivan Chongo, who I know is up here with us as well as the amazing Tunlea community. Adrian enjoys gymnastics, drawing, studying, and his favorite subject is math. He's also part of our English language development program, is on the path to becoming fully bilingual. We are so proud of you, Adrian. Also, special thanks to our middle school Spanish teachers, also Wendy Diozzi, our world language coordinator, and our ELD team for their leadership and support. Please note that this championship is for SUSD only. There is no state-level competition, so we are officially declaring Adrian our state champ here in Scottsdale. Felicidades.
Thank you, Dr. P, and congratulations again, Adrian. 2 days later, the teaching and learning staff and I had the privilege of overseeing the 2026 SUSD English Spelling Bee, where Camden Hernandez claimed the district title after outlasting 23 competitors. Camden secured his win with the word menestra, earning first place and a spot at becoming the regional spelling bee champion. Camden's victory reflects countless hours of preparation, a strong love of reading, and a deep understanding of language, skills that will serve him well far beyond the spelling bee stage. His achievement also represents the academic excellence we see every day across our schools. Both Adrian and Camden dedicated significant time and effort preparing for these competitions, and we are thrilled to see that hard work recognized and celebrated. Camden was also the most excited spelling bee champion I've seen in a long time on the stage, and his whole family. We could just not be more proud. Congratulations, Camden. Again, please accept these SUSD Challenge coins as a small token of our pride and appreciation. Again, congratulations and thank you.
Congratulations, and our celebrations continue. Next, we want to recognize a teacher who makes a positive impact in his students' lives every day, an impact that has earned him significant recognition. To share more about this incredible achievement, I'd like to invite Michelle Irvin, our Coordinator of Fine Arts, to the podium. Michelle.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, governing board members, and Mrs. Wagner. Could I have Richard Fairchild, Principal Dansky, and the theater students from Arcadia come forward? Tonight, it's my great honor to recognize Richard Fairchild, Arcadia High School's theater teacher. He has been named the 2026 Teacher of the Year at the Thespian Festival, an especially meaningful honor because he was nominated by his own students. Richard has been teaching at Arcadia High School since the early 2000s. He inherited a struggling theater program, but through his vision, dedication, and unwavering belief in students, this program just recently earned the Gold Honor Troop Award. But I think it's better to hear from the kids. So we're going to bring up the students that were able to come today to say a little something about their great teacher.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chelsea, this is Emily, and this is Francesca, and we are the officers for Arcadia's chapter of the International Thespian Society, and we are here to present Mr. Richard Fairchild.
Mr. Fairchild is not only the best theater and technical theater teacher we could ask for, but he is also the sponsor for our thespian troupe. As such, he works harder than anyone to run our theater program, and we cannot be more grateful.
We're so proud to be his students, and without further ado, we introduce Mr. Richard Fairchild, our Theater Teacher of the Year.
Being nominated by students is such an honor and speaks volume about the lasting impact Richard has had on their lives. It reflects the kind of educator he is, one who leads with passion, integrity, and genuine care for every student who walks in the classroom. Richard, on behalf of Scottsdale Unified School District, thank you for your dedication to the arts, to excellence in teaching, and most importantly, to your students. Congratulations on being named the 2026 Thespian Festival Teacher of the Year. We are incredibly proud of you. And with that, we'd love to give you a challenge coin.
Congratulations, Mr. Fairchild. Thank you. And the celebrations continue. So as we look to celebrate another group of teachers, we want to turn our attention to those who represent the very highest standards of our profession. Stacy Pasquale, our Professional Learning and Innovation Coordinator, is here to recognize the teachers taking extra steps to uphold excellence across SUSD. Stacy.
Good evening. Again, Dr. Menzel, good evening, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, Governing Board members, Dr. Menzel and Mrs. Wagner. Tonight, we are here to celebrate the incredible dedication and professionalism of our nationally board-certified teachers. These educators have chosen to take on one of the most rigorous and respected certifications in public education, all in service of their students. I would like to invite our newly certified National Board Certified Teacher, along with their principal, to join me at the podium. Jennifer DiSarno from Desert Canyon Middle School. Jennifer pursued National Board Certification in English Language Arts, engaging in a deep, reflective process that strengthened her instructional practice and sharpened her focus on student-centered learning. Her commitment to excellence and continued growth is evident in her classroom every day. Earning a National Board Certification for the first time can take up to 3 years of focused work, and Jennifer, you did it. Congratulations. We also have the pleasure of recognizing an educator who has successfully maintained their National Board Certification through the year 2031. Kurt Robinson from Desert Canyon Elementary School, come on up. Kurt completed the rigorous maintenance process, demonstrating continued professional growth and a sustained positive impact on student learning. Kurt, thank you for your ongoing commitment to excellence. When educators pursue National Board Certification, they place their classroom practice under a microscope, measured against the highest professional standards. It is an exhaustive and voluntary process. Nationally, only about 10% of teachers choose to pursue certification, and of those, approximately 60% successfully complete it. These educators represent the very best of our profession, so congratulations. But we are not quite done yet. We need to take a little more time and more room at the podium. I would like to now invite our SUSD's National Board Certification Program Leader, Susan Leonard from Ingleside Middle School, along with our incredible candidate support trainers, Dr. Tammy Diaz from Saguaro, Abby Bobbitt from Pima Elementary and Waddington, and community member Bobby Faulkner to please join us up here at the podium. National Board Certification is the most respected professional certification in American public ed, and that's what makes it especially meaningful, is that it is entire voluntary. Teachers choose to do this work because they believe deeply in improving their craft for the benefit of students. I am also incredibly proud to share that Scottsdale Unified School District has been named a 2026 District of Distinction, recognizing us for having the highest number of active National Board Certified teachers in the state of Arizona. That is, yeah. That is no small achievement, and it speaks volumes about the educators in this district. Congratulations to our National Board Certified teachers, educators, the support staff, those who lead this opportunity. We are so very grateful for you and honored to celebrate you this evening. Please accept these challenge coins and plaques as a token of our appreciation for your hard work and dedication. And again, one more big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you all, and congratulations to our newest certified NBC teacher, and for Kurt Robinson for the certification maintenance. We still have one more celebration. It's not a short one. Many of you may know that February is Career and Technical Education Month. And across Scottsdale Unified School District, we offer many programs, and I would like to invite our Director of Career and Tech Ed, Jamie Fitzpatrick, to come forward and celebrate some of our many successful SUSD career educators.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Menzel, and good evening, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, Governing Board members, and Dr. Menzel and Ms. Wagner. Tonight, I'm honored to be here in celebration of Career and Technical Education Month. Earlier this evening, the City of Scottsdale Council and Mayor Borowski proclaimed CTE Month in our city, and we are truly honored. This evening, we have selected several CTE teachers here in SUSD to celebrate. In my time here, I've learned what a truly special place this is and can certainly celebrate all of our CTE teachers. But tonight, we recognize those who demonstrate a strong commitment to student success, to innovation, and to college and career readiness for all of their students. So I'd like to invite Vicki Pacheco from Saguaro to please join me at the podium. With 30 years of healthcare experience, including 8 years as a dedicated school nurse for SUSD, Nurse Pacheco brings a wealth of expertise and heart to our district. While her career began in clinical practice, she discovered a second calling in mentorship, finding joy in guiding student nurses from Scottsdale Community College toward their own professional success. This year marks Nurse Pacheco's first year leading this program, a transition she describes as both challenging and deeply rewarding. She steps into this role following the mentorship of Nurse Marcy Cameron, whose legacy she honors and continues. For Nurse Pacheco, the ultimate reward is witnessing her students' light bulb moments. Under her leadership, the program is evolving to meet the demands of modern medicine, integrating advanced technology to provide students with real-life simulation scenarios, renewing our collaboration with Honor Health to provide direct clinical experience and potential employment opportunities for graduates, and a firm commitment to providing a foundation for all medical career paths, not just nursing. Nurse Pacheco's passion is rooted in a desire to provide today's students with early career opportunities she once dreamed of. We're honored to have her shaping the next generation of healthcare providers. And we recognize you with this challenge. We'd now like to call up Tessa Powell. Please join me at the podium. Tessa Powell's journey at Coronado High School is a testament to the power and growth and dedication. So continuing in the healthcare field, she has expanded her role as head athletic trainer and has now moved to the classroom. Tessa began her teaching career with a single class of just 7 students. Today, that small spark has blossomed into a robust program that is making a significant impact on the campus. Under Tessa's leadership, her reach has expanded more than tenfold in the amount of students that she touches. She now oversees 4 distinct classes serving over 75 students, and it continues to grow. She provides dual enrollment opportunities, professional certifications, all integrated into the curriculum, and her after-school internship program has grown from a single student to a thriving cohort of 16 aspiring professionals. Tessa's commitment to student success has led to a major milestone this year. Just recently, Coronado's first ever participation in the HOSA regional competition. By bridging the gap between clinical expertise and classroom instruction, Tessa provides her students with a unique and practical foundation for their future careers. We celebrate Tessa for her passion, her evolution as an educator, and the tangible difference she continues to make in the lives of our students. Moving on to Acadia, I'd like to invite Shelley Alfieri Brown to join me at the podium. I don't believe she's present tonight, but I will read this for her, and if Dr. Dansky can come up to accept the challenge coin for her. The software and engineering programs at Arcadia are reaching unprecedented milestones, thanks to Shelley's commitment to high standards in real-world application. From pioneering new certifications to revitalizing established tracks, these programs are preparing students for the cutting edge of the technology industries. In just its second year, the Software and App Design Development Program is already making SUSD history. Several programmers have earned the Technology Specialist certification in Python programming for the first time ever this school year. Students are mastering Python to bridge the gap between logic and creativity, using code to build original games, compose music, and create digital art. She also teaches the engineering program, which has seen a similar trajectory of success and expansion. In the spring of 2025, students achieved an impressive 80% pass rate on the state technical skills assessment. And this year marks the first ever full cohort of Engineering 3 students, allowing upperclassmen to dive deep into specialized engineering sectors. Next year, we will see a record of intern students in both engineering and software development gaining professional experience on the job before graduation. At Arcadia, they recognize the visionary leadership behind these programs for fostering a culture where students don't just learn about technology, they create it. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to invite Mr. Steve Geislinger. Staying with the spirit of engineering and technology, Mr. Geislinger from Chaparral has joined me at the podium. And tonight we're going to recognize Steve Geislinger for his exceptional leadership of the engineering and cybersecurity programs at Chaparral. Steve has built a powerhouse of innovation that doesn't just teach students, it launches them into high-wage, high-demand careers. Building a pipeline of talent, Steve's dedication to recruitment and retention has resulted in a robust 3-year engineering sequence. This isn't just a classroom experience, it's a professional pathway that provides students with vital internship opportunities, bridging the gap between high school and the workforce. His engagement beyond the classroom this year has been incredibly active in the Valley's professional community, representing SUSD at many premier events. These include Manufacturing Day at ASU, the Barrett-Jackson STEM event, the Scottsdale Chamber's Rising Young Professionals Collaboration Day at the U of A Scottsdale Center, and hosting the Future Ready Conference right on the Chaparral campus, working alongside our dedicated partners from the Scottsdale Rotary. The rigor of Steve's programs is truly impressive. His students are securing their futures by earning college credit through the University of Arizona, participating in the new College Board AP Cybersecurity Kickstart program, and preparing for elite industry credentials, including CompTIA and SolidWorks. Steve, thank you for the tireless energy, the wealth of opportunities you bring to the students at Chaparral High School. You are truly building the architects and defenders of tomorrow. And just next door to Mr. Geislinger is Chef Jack Trier. We'd like to invite Jack to the podium. It is my pleasure to recognize Jack Trier for his culinary leadership and the incredible momentum with our culinary arts program. As we look toward the 26-27 school year, great things are cooking up under his guidance, and the program has experienced truly tremendous growth. Many industry-leading partnerships have transformed the classroom into a gateway for the vibrant Scottsdale hospitality industry. By fostering these high-level partnerships, he provides students with dual enrollment through Scottsdale Community College, allowing them to earn that credit while still in high school. Direct instruction from renowned Valley chefs representing elite establishments like the Camelback, Marriott, and Tarbell's. And participating in the Arizona CCAP Careers Through Culinary Arts program, opening doors to career-changing scholarships and competitions, and did a great job representing at the Phoenician this fall at the Harvest Moon Festival. District-wide impact and innovation is Chef Trier's vision for the program, and expanding beyond the kitchen walls. He's currently developing a school-based enterprise in bistro, serving both the campus and the wider SUSD community with professional-grade culinary creations. Perhaps most impressively, this program has become a true district-wide asset. We're proud to share that his program now serves students from all SUSD high schools, many that will be attending in the fall, ensuring that no matter where a student is enrolled, they'll have access to top-tier culinary training. Chef, thank you for your dedication to your craft, for preparing our students to lead in the world-class hospitality industry in Scottsdale and beyond. And lastly, I'd like to invite up Mr. Bernie Fritz from Desert Mountain to the podium. Serving over 150 students annually, Mr. Fritz's graphic design program is a powerhouse of creativity and professional preparation. What sets this program apart is the level of expertise at the helm. Bernie Fritz brings 39 years of real-world industry experience to his classroom, ensuring our students aren't just learning theory, they are mastering industry-standard software and professional workflow. Students manage the full design to production lifecycle, creating tangible products, which he's representing today, die-cut stickers, promotional posters. His classroom is an exemplar of a CTE learning lab. If you haven't seen the video yet, check it out on the Facebook page. Students have the opportunity to earn college credit, industry certifications, leaving high school with professional portfolios that stand out. The impact of Mr. Fritz's mentorship is best seen in his alumni. Former students have gone on to high-profile careers, including one who serves as the lead designer at the MIM right here in Scottsdale. With dedicated interns working on real-world projects every day, Bernie is truly bridging the gap between the classroom and the creative industry. Join me in celebrating Bernie Fritz for his commitment to excellence and student success. Thank you for the honor to share with you all of the USD CTE successes we celebrated tonight and looking forward to many more celebrations to come. Back to you, Dr. Menzel.
Congratulations and thank you to all of our CTE teachers. And that just is a small subset of what we're able to offer here in Scottsdale Unified School District. The last thing in our celebrations tonight is just to give a shout out to all of the participants from Scottsdale Unified who were part of the 72nd Annual Parada del Sol. Nearly 30 SUSD entries proudly marched through Old Town on a beautiful morning, showcasing the incredible spirit, creativity, and pride of our students, staff, and schools. The parade provided a wonderful opportunity to highlight the many programs and experiences that make SUSD such a special place to learn and grow. We extend our sincere thanks to all our schools, students, families, and staff who participated and helped make this year's Parada del Sol such a success. Your involvement allowed SUSD to connect with our community in a fun and meaningful way and to show firsthand the value of public education in Scottsdale. If you were part of the parade, can we just see your hands? Thank you so much for taking a part of your Saturday to join the Parada del Sol and showing our SUSD pride. And that, Madam President, concludes our celebrations.
Thank you. That was really exciting. I know we have next another special presentation from our Student Advisory Board. So were we able to get our folks in?
They are here. I'd like to invite the members of the advisory board. I don't know who's going to start. Fiona is the president. And then if you can each introduce yourself, and we look forward to hearing your update.
Not me. Got it. All right. Good evening, members of the board. I'm very sorry about my somewhat sore throat. But my name is Fiona Riley. I'm the president of the Student Advisory Board this year. And we're very excited to bring you our second of 3 presentations for this school year.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ashni, and what we're going to talk about today is we're going to recap our participation in the MLK Junior CCD event. We're going to give you subcommittee updates, and we're going to talk about Teen Town Hall, which are events that we organize. And then we'll also have time for questions and comments.
Hello, my name is Lindy Richard. As we elected last year, the SAB was able to have Fiona Riley continue her presidency, elect Matthew Lair, and also get senators from Arcadia, Chaparral, Coronado, Desert Mountain, and Saguaro, that being Kinsey Hunkins, Olivia Daughtry, myself, Sid Gupta, and Ashini Sadhai, pardon if I couldn't pronounce that right, as respective.
So one of the events that SAB recently went to was the MLK Junior event hosted by the Community Celebrating Diversity. Our keynote speaker at that event was Dr. Mary Frances Berry, who detailed her advocacy journey, got to ask some questions. We had a Q&A session, and then afterwards, SAB members and other guests alike were able to speak to some governing board members who showed up there, and also got to speak to city officials like the mayor and city council members. So overall, a great experience that we've been going to for a couple of years now. Next, the main part of what SAB does is we have subcommittees and we collaborate with district leadership and execute our wildly important goals. So the 4 subcommittees that we have this year are College and Career Readiness, which is led by Ms. Fitzpatrick, Technology and Communications, which is led by Ms. Harrington, Climate and Culture, which is co-led by Ms. Cron and Dr. J, and then Safety, Security, and Facilities, which is led by Mr. Friedman and Mr. Rayler.
Amazing. So I'll start with college and career readiness. Our wildly important goal for this year was to implement at least one career-focused information session at each school, aligned with student-identified interests based on survey data. So what we're trying to do is get professionals from different fields come in and talk to students during lunch and talk about what a career in their field looks like for them. So far, our progress is we've had 2 lunch and learns at Saguaro already. They were construction-focused, construction management. And we've created a career interest survey, which is going to get sent out to all the schools. And basically, this will students will fill it out, and it'll tell us what careers they're interested in. That way, we can get professionals in there that specifically align with their interest. And then for ongoing work, we're going to send out the surveys to high school students. And then we're also looking to dive deeper into partnerships with the city of Scottsdale for more internship and shadowing opportunities.
So next I'm going to speak on our Climate and Culture Committee, which our wildly important goal was to explore a shadowing program at each SUSD high school to allow prospective students a firsthand view of life on our campuses in an effort to bolster enrollment. So the progress we've made so far, we actually have a meeting scheduled for this Friday with our principals to share a program overview and present to them, which we are very excited to do. That's kind of our first step in establishing a program for this year. And then ongoing, we are going to be securing support from our principals and school officials in order to implement this shadowing program, which is going to be so important to our enrollment. Last year's word of the year was 6-7. I think this one's going to be enrollment for SUSD. Lastly, we're going to ensure smooth logistics for allowing prospective students to view our campuses in this shadowing program.
Alrighty. So for the Technology and Communications Subcommittee, our WIG was to basically establish some kind of marketing package for each of the SUSD campuses, just kind of to highlight the diversity, unified, not uniform, as Dr. Sakos likes to say at our meetings. And then we also wanted to film one SUSD source podcast, which would be hosted by students interviewing other students each month. So the progress is we have filmed one of our SUSD source podcasts. I hosted and I interviewed Ashni and Max. It was riveting. And then every month we've continued to have a SAB column in the SUSD source written by a student. And then for ongoing work, we're going to continue to film more podcasts led by students. For our upcoming ideas, we're thinking of highlighting the Arcadia Mentoring podcast to show, continue to show the good parts that students would want to, come to Arcadia and make more friends, helping Max to boost enrollment. And then we also want to highlight CTE for CTE month. And then we're just going to continue sharing our SAB updates with the SUSD community through the source. And then we're going to start creating Instagram content, which is going to be very fun for some of the main SUSD pages.
Our next topic is our safety, security, and facilities as one of our wildly important goals for this SUSD school involvement. Specifically, our wildly important goal is decreasing the number of reported collisions across the parking lots, and we want to increase the signage from our surveys at our schools to gain feedback which we can feed into insights and further actions. Some of our ongoing work, which we are very much working on maintaining, is implementing educational programming to decrease the fatal crashes which can occur, to create signage to improve parking lot safety so that all are aware of what could occur, and to create a facilities feedback survey to create insights that we can act on.
As SAB, we try to organize teen town halls across the school to further kind of figure out what goals need to get done. For Saguaro, we've established March 9th, Arcadia, March 10th, Desert Mountain, March 11th, and Chaparral and Coronado are to be determined in our future SAB meetings.
As we conclude the semester 2, we want to talk about the goals that we as SAB have for course 3 and 4. Some of our work is progressing on existing widely important goals, as noted by the ongoing work sections I previously and my fellow members previously presented. We also want to begin planning concise goals for the 2026 to 2027 year so that we can work together on what we can do. We also want to complete all teen town hall dates and share feedback with site and district administration so we can create actionable insights and further enact plans for our SUSD Valley. Finally, we want to prepare our final May Governing Board report, and those are our goals.
Thank you for your time, Governing Board members. So if you have any questions at this time, we'd love to hear them.
Thank you very much. Always love hearing the updates from SAB. On the marketing package you're working on for the schools, where will that go? Have you communicated with anyone in the district, the schools, of saying we're creating this, and are people waiting for it so they can use it and distribute it?
For the marketing package, our thought was that it was going to be, Ms. Harrington is the one who leads our subcommittee, and we were discussing with her the importance of creating content that can be shared outside of the schools with prospective residents in the area. While the marketing package would obviously be created at each site, it wouldn't necessarily be shared within the district. It would be kind of pushed out on Instagram. We were talking about that's going to be part of our content. What will be included in the new Instagram content will be promotional videos from each site to show we've been playing around with the idea of a student day in the life to kind of show what a prospective student might be in for if they were to come to an SUSD school. But we have been talking, I know personally at Saguaro, I've been talking with our principal, Dr. Hirsch, about it, and she's very on board. Ms. Harrington has had very positive feedback from when she's heard. I see her smiling, so I'm going to take that as a good sign. But yes.
That's great. There's going to be a lot of good use of that content, so thanks to you guys for putting it together.
Also, great report, and you're covering a lot of different things, but the focus on enrollment is really appreciated, so thank you for that. In that spirit, could you just take an extra minute and describe, I know you're going to pilot it, I'm sure it'll evolve, but how you imagine the shadow day working?
Yeah, so our subcommittee has been working really hard on creating a presentation for our SUSD principals. So what this will really look like, if you look at other schools like Notre Dame, other private schools in the Valley, you'll see them holding these programs for hundreds of students. And what this mainly will look like for SUSD and what we're envisioning right now is a kind of an information session followed by a small group breakout with individualized tours so students can actually see what's happening in our SUSD high schools. We're going to try to not intrude on any of the classroom environments, but we want prospective students really to be able to see what SUSD is all about. We have amazing educators, we have amazing students, amazing administration, so we're trying to capture the spirit of SUSD in probably a short 1 to 2 hour time period with these students coming in.
Great, thank you.
Member Warner, just wanted to pause and give you a chance if you have a question for the students or a statement.
Thank you for a great presentation.
Beautiful. All right, anybody else? Leadership is something that just takes an intuitive but daring sense of momentum. And you guys have just shown, even since our last presentation, a real synergy of how you work together. I am just blown away by the magic that you have and the alignment that you have. And it is not just a bunch of slides on a screen. I feel it. So thank you for choosing leadership and being there to ambassador this throughout our district. You are true champions. Thank you. right, that brings us to governing board reports. And Ms. Werner, I'll start with you if you're ready to share any governing board reports or comments.
Thank you, President Lewis. I have met with a significant number of employees in different groups in Scottsdale Unified, and it was really amazing to hear their stories and what is happening for them, and I'm grateful that they took the time to meet with me. I also had the opportunity to go to the cheer and pom team send-off at Arcadia High School, and this massively talented, and that also what was a surprise was to see how amazing the Ingleside pom team was as well. So I apologize, there's an echo on my end.
You sound good, though. We hear
really
you.
fun. Oh, perfect. So it was great. It was really fun to see all the girls, and they are absolutely look amazing. There's so much talent in Arcadia community.
That's great. Thank you. Dr. Potensky?
Yes, thank you. So like Governing Board Member Warner, I've had the opportunity to meet with a number of representatives of the community, many of whom are affected by the decisions we have to make tonight, as well as engage in email exchanges. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's emailed the board, who attended those coffees. It's a big decision to make. When you're making a decision around closing a school, you feel it because you're looking at the families who are directly affected. You know how it's going to impact them, their students. That is no less the case when you're making decisions related to staff. You know it's going to impact them. You know it's going to impact their school communities where they're beloved. And you know it's going to impact their families as well. So it's a big set of decisions that we have to make today. We're never going to be as smart about the district as the people who work every day in the district. That's one of the curses of being a board member is you're never quite inside it as fully. And so the opportunity to get up to speed and really understand the intended and potentially unintended consequences of our decisions, I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Carney?
Thank you. And I also would like to thank all of the staff and community members, parents, and even students that have reached out and that I've actually personally met with. These are difficult conversations, difficult decisions to be made, and I just thank you for your advocacy. And your input is really appreciated. Also, since I'm over the Saguaro Learning Community this year, I had nice visits at Saguaro and Kiva this week. So thank you to Interim Principal Hirsch and Mr. G, as all the kids were constantly saying all day. That was today, actually. Really cute. So thank you for welcoming me to your schools, even though my son is at Saguaro. So I know that from that side, but it was fun getting to walk around on a different level. And then I really enjoyed getting to be at Saguaro for the spelling bee, the district spelling bee, and I'm just still so proud of all those students who put themselves out there like that. It just takes a lot of courage, and when I saw them come up here, I started sweating again, just like, I'm still stressed for them but it was just such a lovely morning, and and that was one of the perks of getting to be a governing board member, and I really enjoyed that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
A couple of events. I went to the first LEGO League robotics tournament, state championship out at ASU West. We had Desert Canyon Elementary had a team, DCMS had 2 teams, Mojave had a team, and actually won a breakthrough award at the tournament. So I've got an affinity for the robotics and LEGO robotics, so great to see the teams out there and the kids doing well. The Prada del Sol was a wonderful event. Good to be out on the street, on the cart, handing out fans to kids and seeing their excitement, so proud to be part of that. I wanted to mention the students who exercised their right to protest the other week. I'm proud of them for exercising that right. I talked to security and there were no issues and things went well. Most of us in this room have rights today because of activism, things like civil rights, the 8-hour workday, women's right to vote. And I'm proud to see those students of ours out there exercising that right. And then finally, similar to my co-board members here, met with members of the community over the hard decisions we have to make. Feels very similar to my colleagues on that. I enjoy meeting face-to-face whenever I can, so thanks for those who reached out and took the time. I really value hearing from you firsthand, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharkey. I too, since our public hearing and our study session, have had an opportunity to be in schools frequently. I enjoyed so much the Laguna music performance and the Yavapai Strings and Band winter concert, and I am very familiar with hot cross buns now, so I think I can play it, but I loved hearing it. I also went to the MLK community celebration and the performance of the students at our high school. I also went to the National Junior Honor Society. I know Mr. Sharkey was there as well, where we had the largest number of inductions in our middle school that year, so congratulations to all our new inductees. I enjoyed my Arcadia visit. And I saw Shelley's engineering class, and I just wanted to be in that class. And I thought, that's not fair, that's just for high school kids. That's really good, relevant stuff. So thank you to all our CTE teachers who have probably one of the most relevant, meaningful curriculums of all. And all of our curriculums are important, but boy, I love that hands-on, real problem-solving, authentic approach to learning. I too went to the Spanish spelling bee, and I was clenching one of the mom's arms through the whole thing, you know. And what threw me was remembering that the lettres are like X and J and A, B, C. And so when someone would spell, for example, adios, and it was A-D-E-O-S, I was like, no, not E. Well, that's I in Spanish, you know, and I'm like, oh yeah. So it was so interesting to have my brain shift during the Spanish words that were being spelled, and the students were just fantastic, and so glad to see our champion here tonight. I too received thoughtful, so many emails we all received from community members about the budget cuts that we are facing, and I want to thank everybody for helping us unpack and think through what the impacts or implications will be as this unfortunate loss of funds is going to impact all of us. So your grace and your advocacy is much appreciated, and thank you for bothering to advocate and write us and talk to us and meet with us. So I feel like we're coming to the table pretty well informed. So thank you for the governing board reports this evening, and I want to also add to the nationally board certified teachers in some districts, that's treated almost like receiving a doctorate. So there sometimes is a reward system around that, and I'm so grateful that we have the highest number in the state of Arizona. So thank you for that. All right, that moves us to our superintendent comments.
Well, thank you to President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, members of the governing board, and members of the community who are here this evening. There are a lot of things that I could provide updates on, but I really want to take a moment just to identify something that happened last week. And we have many people in the room today representing this group. So across the country, counselors were celebrated for National Counselor Appreciation Week. So it's not lost on me the juxtaposition of all the celebrations that we've had earlier today and some of the difficult conversations that are later on in the agenda. But I think it's really important to take time to acknowledge the people all across our district who invest in the lives of students in every capacity within our organization, because everyone is doing something to ensure that our students have the best possibility to be successful. So can I ask our counselors to please stand so we can recognize you? Thank you. I appreciate that, and that will conclude my comments this evening.
Thank you. All right, we now have public comments. In compliance with open meeting law, the governing board may not discuss or take action tonight on any matters raised during public comments that are not on the agenda. However, the governing board members may respond to direct criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or that a matter be placed on a future agenda. Public comments will be conducted in accordance with Board Policy BEDH. Because of the number of speakers that we have this evening, and to give everyone a chance to be heard and speak, each speaker will have 1 minute. The screen will indicate the time. Please be prepared to close your comments and relinquish the floor at the conclusion of your time. The board asks that each speaker please introduce yourself by stating your name, and whether you live within our school district for clarity on the record. We thank you for your time and attendance here this evening and your cooperation in following the meeting decorum and protocols. I will read the name of the speaker. When you hear your name, could you please come to the podium? I will read the name of the next speaker to be ready and on deck. Once you start speaking, your time will start. And we will begin with Sean Huffman, followed by Leslie O'Shea.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here and endeavoring to take on these difficult choices that we have to make tonight. The greatness of SUSD is determined by how we treat all of our students, but it comes into clearer focus when observing our most vulnerable. The proposed cuts include community specialists, social workers, security guards, essential classified staff, increased ratios for guidance counselors, and cutting teacher librarians. All of these programs are vertically integrated and build on what has been taught before. By abolishing these roles, our students suffer greatly. We could resolve this by using the DAA funds for 1 year to see what the budget looks like after more repurposing of campuses. Why keep stuff when we can keep the people who make SUSD great? All of these roles are critical to the success of our students. This is a difficult time and difficult decisions need to be made, but SUSD only has value because of its students. If the cuts we make endanger them and their education, then we must look elsewhere. Not wanting to use this fund, such as the DAA, is not.
Thank you, Sean. Leslie O'Shea, followed by Carrie Blagg.
Thank you, board members, for your time and service. I am Leslie O'Shea, teacher librarian at Saguaro High School, and I'm here to advocate for our families and our district. The last resort for public schools are the provider for the last resort, and our twin goal for being everyone's first choice, which means we have to be more comprehensive, and the proposed budget options do not support our goal excellence. Rip off the Band-Aid, close more schools. Prolonging it puts limbo harms morale. Schools that are excellent schools will bring people. We already have 50% or more in several of our schools that are coming on 45-minute drives to get to our schools. Community forums where people lead. And teacher librarians can be instrumental in the change. Downsizing other schools can mean needing jobs for teachers. Teacher librarian positions could be open in every school, including instilling the love.
Thank you, Leslie. Carrie Blagg, followed by Dennis Draper.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Blagg. I'm a parent of 2 SUSD graduates, a member of the SUSD security team, and the district security officer for Cocopah Middle School. I wanted to address the proposal to reduce the security team from 12-month schedule to 10 months and 5 days. I recently read a quote that truly applies: "Safety does not take a summer break." While campuses may be quieter during the summer, our work does not stop. During that time, we assess campuses for vulnerabilities, update emergency plans, provide security for summer schools, City of Scottsdale, and kids club camps. We deter vandalism, theft, maintain secure gates, clean and test cameras, and these are only a handful of the many items that we complete during the summer. This preparation allows us to focus fully on the safety of our students during the school year. Reducing our work year creates risk of increased turnover and instability in a department built on trust and consistency. Our students know us and we know them. Many of us are parents, coaches, and mentors. In emergencies, students need to see someone they trust.
Thank you, Carrie. Dennis Draper, followed by Donna Whitwer.
Howdy. My name's Dennis Draper. I'm the lead security officer at the Chaparral Learning Complex. I'll keep this short. Like Carrie said, please do not reduce us to 12-month employees. Also, please do not reduce the number of security officers at football games. That's a big safety hazard for our spectators and for security. Please do not eliminate the elementary school security officers. I say that on behalf of Security Officer Stephanie Cano, who who works the elementaries at the Chaparral Complex. She wanted to be here tonight to speak to you about this, but she couldn't make it because she's working, along with Richard Worsley, Michael Weaver, Ron Stallings, Ryan Udowitz, Corey Evans, Jennifer Lancasti, Brendan Olson, Amir Billings, David Lemire, Maritza Martinez, Bill Baldwin, Sarah Harris, Ben Pearson, and Carrie Demetrioulias. They're not here because they're not at, it's not that they're at home spending time with their families. They're out working events.
Thank you, Dennis. Donna Whitwer, followed by Sonia Kim.
Good evening, board members. My name is Donna Whitwer. I'm a 12-year counselor at Saguaro High School. Scottsdale Unified School District plays a crucial role in shaping the educational landscape of the Scottsdale community. The school counselors and SUSD are integral to this mission. We provide essential services that support student mental health, guide academic planning, and foster personal development. SUSD school counselors partner with students and families. We advocate for SUSD students and families, and we are their voice. The current proposed budget restructuring threatens to cut a significant number of our school counselor positions, putting at risk the well-being and success of thousands of our SUSD students. A petition was started in support of keeping school counselors in SUSD, and that petition now has over 1,100 signatures. Students, parents, and community members took the time to sign the petition and leave personal comments to tell you, the governing board and SUSD administration, that school counselors matter to them and that they need us. You need us.
Thank you, Donna. Sonia Kim, followed by Chris Helder.
Hi there, my name is Sonia Kim. I'm a counselor at Arcadia High School. I've been in the district for 28 years. My husband and I both work at Arcadia. We went to Arcadia, and we're graduating our third child from Arcadia. The American School Counselor Association recommends ratios of 250 to 1. However, the middle and high schools in SUSD already exceed this number, currently 375 to 1. By reducing school counselors in SUSD, these ratios will increase to 450 to 1, which means that only 23 counselors will be available to serve 11,254 middle and high school students. Let that sink in. Only 23 counselors responsible for the academic success and personal well-being of 11,254 middle and high school students at the most critical time in their young lives. These ratio numbers do not include the 5th and 8th grade students and families that we also work with, transitioning to middle and high schools, which adds to established caseload numbers. Students are not just a number, they're people with hopes, dreams, struggles, and needs. Reducing school counselors in SUSD will further exacerbate this issue, leaving students without.
Thank you, Sonia. Chris Helder, followed by Katie Gherkin.
Hello, Chris Helder from Desert Mountain High School. It's my third year at Scottsdale Unified School District. Studies show that adequately staffed school counseling programs lead to improved attendance rates, reduced disciplinary actions, and higher academic performance. Students, families, and educators rely on school counselors to help navigate complex personal and educational challenges, especially during a time when mental health issues among youth are increasing year by year. The educational community calls upon school counselors during time of personal or school-wide duress. We respond quickly, calmly, and effectively to issues such as child abuse, neglect, grief, loss, suicide, violence, teasing, bullying, harassment, assault, drug use, and conflict. We problem solve on behalf of individual students, small groups, or the entire school. We consult with staff and other professionals and make appropriate referrals for students with problems such as depression, eating disorders, and substance abuse. Thank you for your time.
Katie Gherkin, followed by Lena Solar.
Hello, I'm Katie Gherkin. I'm a counselor at Saguaro High School. I've been there for 9 years. I'm the parent of 2 SUSD grads and a potential SUSD ninth grader. As advocates for individual students and school improvement efforts, SUSD school counselors provide visible school leadership and confront relevant, high-impact issues while we promote the well-being of every student. We help design, plan, implement, and assess school-wide initiatives such as academic improvement, social, emotional, and career readiness programs. As specialists in human development, we are integral parts of school improvement teams that focus on the education of students. We share responsibility with teachers and administrators for helping students meet academic standards and school goals. Ask yourself, is it realistic and fair to the 11,254 middle and high school students and families of SUSD to have only 23 school counselors serve all of their academic, personal, mental health, and college career needs? Will they get the services, commitment, and care they deserve and expect? Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Now we have Lena Solar, followed by Kelly Ender.
Board, thank you for your time this evening and your service. My name is Lene Solar. I have a child at Arcadia High School. I live in the Scottsdale district. I came here tonight to please ask to not have budget cuts that undermine the comprehensive educational and emotional support our kids need to succeed. By preserving school counselor positions within SUSD, you ensure that our kids are not only academically prepared, but also emotionally resilient and ready for their future endeavors. The parents, students, and school counselors in SUSD urge the governing board to find alternative solutions to the budget shortfall without sacrificing essential student services. Let's be different than other districts, charters, and private schools that have very few student support services. Let's be the district that keeps our kids thriving and draws new students and families to it because of the care and attention that they get on top of the world-class learning. Show all of our SUSD kids and families that you care and support us by keeping our counselors in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Ender, followed by Janine Welch.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Ender. This is my 21st year in Arcadia High School. Our role as school counselors began before students even enroll. We are frequently the first voice families hear or the first face they see when they call and walk onto our campus to learn about our programs and resources. This first interaction matters because it shapes how our families feel about their child's future. We help share the why Scottsdale schools are special and why students belong here. In the past 30 days alone, Arcadia has registered 50 new families, and we are in the process of welcoming another 475 more. We sit with our 8th graders to talk about credits. We work with our 9th graders to build four-year plans. We talk to our 10th graders about dual enrollment, ACE and EVIT. With our juniors, we reflect on and prepare for their path after high school. And with our seniors, we walk them through their next phases. Please remember that we don't just have 375 students, we also have 375 families, and we work with those parents through their good times and their bad. Each student is unique with unlimited potential. At 375 to 1, this responsibility is heavy, but one we carry with pride. Please continue to help make our work meaningful.
Thank you, Kelly. Janine Welch, followed by Megan Mayer.
Hello, Janine Welch, counselor at Chaparral High School. Another crucial role of school counselors is the social and emotional well-being of our students. It is impossible to stand up here and share the stories of this group of counselors that have done to save lives. People provide a safe space. Our students provide a positive role model for students. I quote from an ex-student, "You made me feel safe and kept me alive." We are trained on how to de-escalate a situation, teach coping skills, and to ask that one more crucial question. Are you wanting to kill yourself? Are you thinking about killing yourself? Just yesterday at one of our schools, 2 students were experiencing suicide ideation. Over 7 hours were spent with these 2 students, and they are safe because of a school counselor. Mental health concerns are on the rise. The counselors know our students' lives matter. It breaks my heart that we may not have time to recognize a student who is struggling. That concerns me ethically, as a parent, and as a human being. Please do what's right for our students.
Thank you, Janine. Megan Mayer, followed by Carrie Board.
Hi, Megan Mayer, counselor at Chaparral High School, talking about college and career domain of our jobs. First of all, we begin planning early and guide students starting freshman year to set college and career goals. We ensure students select classes that not only meet graduation requirements, but position them competitively for college admissions, career pathways, which also include military and trade school options. We research colleges and universities year-round. Counselors stay current on admission admissions requirements, application timelines, testing policies, financial aid, and we work with our students on how to use the Common App. We present this information multiple times a year to both students and parents. We write college, scholarship, and special summer program letters of recommendation. Some years, this can be 40 or more individualized letters. We actively support first-gen students, underrepresented populations, and those navigating complex circumstances so that every student has access to post-secondary opportunities.
Thank you. Carrie Board, followed by Marcy Shumway.
Good evening, I'm Carrie Board. I'm from Chaparral High School. I'm also a Chaparral High School graduate. Been a member of the Scottsdale School District since 1979. The current issue of decreasing enrollment in SUSD has been a significant focus over the last few months. The number of private and charter schools continues to increase and their campuses are expanding. To compete with schools outside of our district, we need to market ourselves by having stronger academic options, athletics, and programs in the areas as fine arts, as well as staff-to-student ratios. One of our biggest competitors in the north has 6 counselors servicing approximately 1,000 students, making their average caseload 166 students per counselor. If our caseloads increase to 450, our counselors will have almost 3 times the amount of students as that school does. That is not something to be proud of. The quality of our services will inevitably decrease, and the amount of time we're able to spend with students and parents will be limited. That is not something to be proud of either.
Thank you, Carrie. Marcy Shumway, followed by Jonathan Brechner.
Hi, Marcy Shumway, Chaparral Counselor. I want to address how the counselor ratios are being discussed. The state average student to counselor ratio is 667 to 1. This is calculated by dividing the total K through 12 students by the total counselors. If we use the same K-12 calculation, the current ratio for SUSD is 654 to 1. 654 to 1 currently. This is very close to the state average. SUSD continues to state that we are 375 to 1 because it's using the math that isolates middle school and high school numbers. We can't compare that to the state average if we're not using the same formula. If we do use the same formula with the proposed counselor cuts, the new ratio will be 21,600 divided by 25 counselors, which is 864 to 1, not 450 to 1. Before voting, I ask that you check your numbers, be confident that you have all the correct data, including any numbers you have requested and not yet.
Thank you, Marcy. Jonathan Brechner, followed by Vanessa Hancock.
Hi, Jonathan Brechner, at Desert Mountain High School counselor. I'd like to introduce you to Josie. She was trouble, bright, drove me crazy, loved her. I spent a lot of time, and she wrote me this letter thanking me after she graduated because she said I kind of saved her. But I don't get this letter if we move up to our numbers. Increasing our ratios is really going to impact student well-being, graduation rates, and definitely enrollment. Our counselors bring in at least 10 to 20 students a year, which pays for our salaries. And if we increase, back in the day, we had paid assistants who covered our unbelievable amount of paperwork. Our college, the college situation has changed a ton. And, now we have 1 in 5 students who have diagnosed mental health disorders. To change that is going to impact our.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Vanessa Hancock, followed by Gilbert Rojo.
Hi, Vanessa Hancock, Chaparral, class of 1995. All 5 of my teenagers were blessed to be assigned to Sonia Kim as their guidance counselor at Arcadia. Sonia supported my children, my ex-husband, and I as we all navigated COVID days, issues related to classes, teachers, friends, coaches, issues associated with their respective and external stressors, neurodivergence, learning disabilities, 504s, IEPs, and mental health diagnoses, course selection and college planning, and just ordinary bad days. All families rely on the humble service, specific expertise, and brilliant triage skills of their child's guidance counselors. Their role is some combination of first responder, account manager, invisible labor, and the super glue, providing actual life-saving and future-altering care in our middle schools and high schools. To reduce guidance counselors' ability to serve our kids and families should be firmly in the non-negotiable column of this budget problem.
That's Hilbert Rojo, followed by Tessa Dwyer Kim.
Good evening. My experience with my counselor has been nothing but exceptional. It's hard to imagine where I'd be academically and mentally without my counselor. An experience I wanted to touch on was walking into my counselor's office hungrily. I asked if my counselor had any food to eat, and luckily, she gave me a nutritious cheese stick, some gummies, and some crackers. My counselor asked me about school, my family, and why I hadn't eaten. After she found out why I hadn't eaten, we signed up for free and reduced lunch. Because of what my counselor did for me, that was all the food I had to eat that day. However, I ended up having lunch to eat the next day. Defunding these workers takes resources away from students that struggle and walk blindly into these environments. To many students, just like me, this is all we have. And these cuts don't just affect the admin and faculty, but the students and their success. I'm an example of the type of students these counselors work tirelessly for. And just like the rest of my peers, I don't want them gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilbert. Tessa Dwyer Kim, followed by Kenzie Hunkins.
My name is Tessa Dwyer Kim, and I'm a senior at Arcadia High School. I currently hold the office of Student Body Vice President and am a National Merit Finalist, a varsity indoor and beach volleyball player, but most importantly, I'm the daughter of an Arcadia guidance counselor, Sonia Kim. All my accomplishments would not have been possible without the help of my mom. Of course, I've had my entire life to receive support from her, and even then I faced obstacles. Now imagine every other student who hasn't had these benefits. With an increase in the ratios, this support becomes harder and one-on-one meetings become scarcer. I see my mom talking with and emailing students, parents, and even colleges on the weekends. I see her paying students fees when they can't afford it, providing food for those who have a lack of it at home. I see her comforting students who are struggling mentally, giving them support they can't find in friends and family. Of all my accomplishments, none have been more important to me than getting to say that my mom is a guidance counselor. Please fight for all of our counselors so that the ratios stay manageable and students can have the opportunities that my peers and I have been fortunate enough to receive because someone had the time to listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessa. Kenzie Hunkins, followed by Cynthia Dupra.
Good evening. My name is Kinsey Hunkins, and I am Senior Class President at Arcadia High School, and I've been a Student Advisory Board member for 3 years. From my conversations at SAB, the goal is to make the cuts furthest from the classroom to avoid changes that will directly impact students in their experience at school. As a student with dyslexia, my counselor has personally sat through multiple AP exams in order to give me the time I needed in order to perform my best. I am grateful for the time she has spent getting to know me and going above and beyond to ensure that I was on track to achieve my goals. My experience and relationship with my counselors is possible because they have appropriate ratios to support their students properly. Without one-on-one meetings, students lose a piece of their community, which can be detrimental to a student's success. High school is hard, and it can be easy to get lost in a crowd, but because of our counselors, I have felt seen, respected, valued, and supported. The job of our counselors is to be our support system, and I fear that without proper resources and time, it will greatly affect students academically, but also personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenzie. Cynthia Dupra, followed by Jennifer Church.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Dupra. I am not in the school district with my daughters. I chose open enrollment. I am here today because of our counselor and our community specialist. My daughter would not make it through school without her counselor. When her counselor was out for surgery, she got an out-of-school suspension because there was no one there to help her. She navigates her day. She has a special pass to go see that counselor when she is stressed, when she is overwhelmed, because she has PTSD, ODD, and ADHD. Ms. Jimenez does an amazing job with all of our students. She works with them through their lunches. She has lunch bunch every day with each and every grade. She is consistently there to help these children. And I've seen some of them do some really horrific things, and she's been able to work with them and help them. Our community specialist, Jessie, She has outreach programs. She has the Dream Bus that comes twice a year to help the kids who don't have things. She gets them shoes, clothes, personal items. And the holidays, she gets gift cards donated that she gives to those families in need to help them get extra stuff.
Thank you. Jennifer Church, followed by Kenneth Murphy.
Hi there. I actually started with a 3-minute speech, so I know I'm not going to get through that. So I'm going to focus rather not on the fact that I've been in SUSD for 16 years or that my children have gone through with IEPs, 504s, mental health issues, curriculum crises, everything. What I want to say is this is the time that our children need counselors. They are the ducks. They are running around solving everyone else's problems, and yet they're this calm, welcoming, soft landing for our children as we as parents teach them to self-advocate. In grade school, we're there. We're in the classroom. We hustle them around. Middle school, they're getting a little bit more independent. High school, they have to learn to do it themselves. They go to their counselors. They are the parents that teach them how to self-advocate and talk to their teachers, look at their colleges, follow their heart. They are what we need for our children right now. Thank you.
Kenneth Murphy.
Kenneth Murphy, Yavapai.
Followed by Mary Alvarez Jackson. Thank you.
All right, so there's a group of folks out there actively trying to dismantle the public education system. And unlike the schools, they don't have to have teachers with degrees. After 100 days and they get paid by the state, they can kick children out of there, and they don't have to accept children with IEPs. My son has an IEP, and I've heard a lot of people in this room talk about things that are the future, capturing hearts, all the Spark initiatives. You saw the heart of this community standing up tonight. What happens when you gut that out?
Thank you. Mary Alvarez Jackson, followed by Jacqueline Buckley.
Mary Alvarez Jackson. I am a Saguaro Legacy, Saguaro Complex parent, and a Coronado Complex teacher. First at TK8, then at Yavapai K5, I completely support the need for budget adjustments. However, I have some serious, sincere, and pressing concerns with the upcoming cuts. Our school counselors, our community specialists, our ELD paraprofessionals, we can't function without them. As a teacher and parent, I'm keenly aware of the inequities between our complexes due to the variances in SES status of families. I contribute to amazing holiday gifts for my own children's teachers and staff members. Their PTO helps support extra staff and more through those donations. Well, I can completely ignore that myself and my colleagues are not getting that. I cannot ignore it when my students and their families are experiencing inequity. So I really ask you to please consider that we face different challenges than the rest of the district.
Thank you. Jacqueline Buckley, followed by Siddharth Gupta.
Good evening, esteemed board members. My name is Jacqueline Buckley. I'm a math teacher at Chaparral High School and a parent of a second grader in the district. I come to you tonight as part of the Math Textbook Adoption Committee. We've worked for a year and we've reviewed multiple curriculums. We chose the best one for our students. These have high quality content and a ton of supports. My personal favorite of the supports is the actual online tutoring that the students get. It's absolutely amazing. I know that the teaching and learning community will be talking to you about the content and all that later, but I just wanted to let you know that as a committee member, I cannot wait to start using this new curriculum.
Thank you. Siddharth Gupta, followed by Jeff Rattay.
Thank you, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, and governing board members. You guys might have noticed these little pins that a lot of people are wearing. They say students need counselors. I wanted to tell you guys that the Desert Mountain Robotics team actually handmade each of these pins. We printed out the paper, we applied them, we did everything. I think that pretty much goes to show that the students really do need their counselors. We took out our time and did this. And I'll talk about some personal anecdotes because I know a lot of people have mentioned it. But when I've come here and received awards from the governing board, and a lot of that is because of the counselors in the back. They help with internships, leadership positions, awards. Right now it's summer program application season, and they're the ones writing all those rec letters. When students are high achieving, it obviously makes SUSD look good, and that's important for enrollment. So I know that we're in a big budget deficit and cuts will have to be made, but I urge you guys to exhaust all other options before you even consider reducing the amount of guidance counselors we have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Subhad. Jeff Rattay, followed by Debbie Schumacher.
I spent 13 years substitute teaching and also 7 years as a coach. And I want to make a few comments about this gentleman, Mr. Fritz, that came in earlier. In all my years of teaching, I have never seen a person that had a greater effect on kids. He runs this graphic arts program at Desert Mountain. It is beyond incredible. He had such expensive machinery. In fact, he just told me he bought another $60,000. Board members, if you go to a single classroom this year, go to Desert Mountain and see what Dr. Fritz is doing with those kids. He is the gold standard of teaching.
Thank you. Debbie Schumacher, followed by Elizabeth Livingston.
My name is Debbie Schumacher. I'm a SUSD grandparent. I'm here to tell the board that your constituents want a new superintendent. Do not extend, renew, or offer a new contract to Scott Menzel. SUSD is in worse shape than when he arrived almost 6 years ago. By his own public admission, the CFO told him that money was running out 3 years ago, yet he failed to act. During his Phase 2 tour, not once did he accept responsibility for falling enrollment or the lack of mitigation. Instead, he told parents that parents are responsible for marketing. Scott spoke of wanting to put more ideas on the table, yet committee members report that their suggestions are ignored and are forced to select from predetermined outcomes. Tonight's presentations do not reflect community input. Scott, it's time for you to polish up your resume. You have your Michigan pension. You have surpassed 5 years in the Arizona State retirement system. You could earn a third pension before retirement. I suggest California. After all, Mickey and Mason will have children soon, and Tammy will want to be there. California is a nice fit for you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Livingston, followed by Vivian Speyer.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Livingston, and I'm a second grade teacher at Yavapai. I'm here to urge the board to continue to provide funding for community support specialists, counselors, and ELD paras because of the direct impact they have on students and families. These professionals support students facing anxiety, trauma, housing instability, and family challenges, issues that do not stop at the classroom door. They also serve as a bridge between schools and families, connecting them to community resources and support. When these positions are cut, families lose access, students lose trust, and problems often escalate beyond the school into the broader community. We need them, and our students need them. Strong student support systems lead to better attendance, fewer behavior issues, and safer schools. They benefit not just individual students, but classrooms, families, neighborhoods, and the district as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Vivian Speyer, followed by Wade Ben.
Hello, my name is Vivian Speyer, and I'm a junior at Arcadia High School, and I participate in student government and am a varsity player on softball. My brother also went to Arcadia High School, and we both had the privilege of having the same counselor. Through his experience and my experience so far, I have seen what effect having a close relationship with your counselor can do. Part of the reason my brother was able to attend a top 10 university was because he and our counselor were able to have a relationship where she could write him a personalized recommendation letter. If we cut down on counselors, there is no way for the remaining counselors to have enough time to really get to know each student. I think this will trickle down and reflect poorly on SUSD's prestigious college acceptance rates. I am strongly asking that you do not reduce the number of counselors at my school. Thank you.
Thank you. Wade Ben, followed by Jeff King.
Hi, my name is Wade Ben. My son attends Hohokam Elementary, and I'm here asking for clarity, transparency, and safety for him. Earlier this school year, my son was called a derogatory name for not believing in God. threatened with physical harm, and struck when he was calmly reaffirming his belief. That was not a disagreement, it was a religious intimidation followed by physical violence. More recently, just before a winter break, after reporting negative comments as instructed by staff, my son was repeatedly challenged to fight, and he refused each time. Later that day, during dismissal on school grounds, his eyeglasses were taken and he was assaulted while trying to disengage and reach an adult. What has been equally concerning is what happened afterwards. We were told he had shared responsibility for the assault, and our request for the investigation findings went unanswered and beyond the handbook's required timeline. We eventually received only his interview without findings or a classification of determination. We are not here asking about punishment. We are asking why findings were not clearly communicated, why record requests were not timely honored, and why the focus shifted away from my son's reactions rather than the pattern of harassment and escalation he has experienced. Parents have the right to be involved in safety concerns, right to be free from harassment, threats, and violence, especially when religion is involved. And counselors, awesome.
Thank you, Wade Ben. Jeff King, and then followed by our last speaker, who will be Alex Wood. Jeff King. Are you Jeff King? Just thank you for the opportunity to be embarrassed out loud. Sorry. All right, we'll give Jeff King just a few more seconds. All right, we'll go to Alex Wood. Alex, are you ready? Are you here? Just making sure our overflow folks. Okay, there. Thank you.
Hi, long-time listener, first-time commenter. Good evening, governing board members, Dr. Menzel. My name is Alex Wood. I'm a resident of Scottsdale, an alumni, a previous parent, and now I'm a middle school teacher here in this district. I want to add the teacher perspective of how larger counselor caseloads affect the classroom. As caseloads increase, student need doesn't go away, it shifts to the classroom, affecting student attendance, increasing behavior intervention needs, reducing time available for counselors to implement preventative measures, reducing student achievement. Teachers are already managing academic instruction, behavior, and increasing social emotional needs. When counselors have high caseloads, teachers become the default crisis management. Oops, I lost my place. Sorry about that. So we want to actually go for preventative measures instead of triage.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Alex. All right. Having had that number of speakers, I wanted to be sure that Ms. Karen Warner, that you had a chance to respond if you'd like to choose to do so. Anybody else on the board would like to indicate a response?
Thank you to everyone that came forward and shared your thoughts. I am very grateful and have taken all of this into consideration. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Carney.
Thank you. I would just ask Dr. Menzel if he could update the board on the investigation that Mr. Wade Ben was speaking about. Thank you.
All right. If I see no other comments, thank you, everyone, for coming and advocating and being here. We're going to move to the consent agenda items. So we have items A through P minus item G. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the consent agenda item A through P, but not G. It's been pulled. I need a second for the motion.
I'll second the motion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sharkey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. I heard you, Ms. Warner. All right, so it passes unanimously. And now we're ready to go to consent agenda item G. And I think we'll just pause a minute as people transition out. We'll just pause for a minute. Not recess, but pause. Okay, Ms. Warner, you pulled action item personnel, action item, and I'm sorry, Ms. Carney, thank you.
Thank you, President Lewis. I just asked to pull the personnel report, to pull one employee off of under classified, Mr. Bobbitt, who is under resignation. I know that he has been arrested on a federal level, and we have not received enough information for us to accept a resignation, and therefore I'm not comfortable voting on that.
Ms. McClellan, would you guide the board?
Madam President, members of the governing board, Ms. Carnice voiced her opposition to accepting the resignation. It would be up to the remainder of the board whether you'd want to proceed forward to accept the resignation or initiate termination proceedings.
Other comments regarding that particular individual or that situation? Dr.
I agree,
Patensky?
it's difficult to make a decision on that when we don't actually have the substance of the case.
To accept a resignation?
To know which is the better direction for the district, absent an understanding of the underlying case.
Madam President, members of the governing board, it would be my recommendation that you accept the resignation of the employee in question, given that that would end his employment immediately with Scottsdale Unified School District. To do otherwise would require us to move forward with a proceeding to initiate a recommendation to terminate. It would be out into the future. He has all obligations have been met with respect to this matter.
All obligations have been met? Thank
Yes,
you.
all reporting obligations.
Go ahead, Ms. Warner.
Ms. McClellan, just for clarification, so I know we've had many abrupt resignations in our district this past year, and I know that, through some of those, they are given an opportunity to resign. But it was my understanding when somebody gets arrested or have charges against them, that would warrant termination. And if you could clarify that, that would be fantastic.
I did, Madam President, Ms. Warner, members of the board. The district, by accepting the resignation of an employee who has been arrested or who is under investigation, it concludes the termination of and the employment relationship. There are two processes by which you can separate with employees. One is to move forward in terminating them, and the other is to accept their resignation. It is not illegal in the state of Arizona to accept the resignation if and when you have made and complied with your reporting obligations to the State Board of Education and to the local police. The district has done so. It has made no promises regarding any future references, and I would urge you to end the employment tonight.
So you didn't quite answer my question. So for clarification, if someone breaks the law and is arrested, wouldn't that be a cause for termination? When would you use termination over a resignation?
Madam President, Ms. Warner, it is dependent on the classification of the employee. For instance, in the state of Arizona, if a certificated employee is arrested and fails to report that arrest for certain crimes, they can be immediately terminated, is the terminology. So I can't answer the question specifically. What I can tell you is that any action to accept a resignation does not violate state law. And if we need further advice on this topic, I do think we should go into executive session.
That actually may be a very good idea. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to get further clarification on this particular law.
I'll second that.
Been a motion and a second to move into executive session for legal advice. Ms. McClellan, any comment on that motion and second?
Madam President, I do not have any comment other than that we would be required to go into the back room where we are not set up currently.
Okay.
So that will take a minute. Can I ask?
Yes,
if we
Dr.
can-
Menzel.
If we can act on the other personnel action items in 9G so that we allow sufficient time to set up the recording in the other room. That way we can take care of the other personnel action items, since I think it was only this one that you were pulling, correct?
Well, I was going to ask my colleagues if we could, I actually support going into executive session, but if we could do it at the end of the meeting, just so that we don't have folks just waiting around here.
All right,
Who are here for other
so
topics.
we've got an amendment to move into executive session at the end of the meeting to discuss the individual under 9G, but to move forward with all the other individuals under 9G. Is that an acceptable amendment to you?
Well, I think that we would have to vote on that and vote again. I think an amendment can be done before the second, or maybe I'm wrong.
Madam President, may I suggest a
Please.
motion? So I would move to accept the remainder of the personnel agenda under Section G on the consent agenda, with the exception of the one individual named, and to table that item until after the board is able to meet in executive session.
That works for me.
Okay. All right, so moved in alignment with what council just advised. I need a second.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor of moving forward with all the other personnel action items under 9G except for the individual until we can table it to move into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Was that a aye, Ms. Warner?
Yes, aye.
So it passes 5-0, and we will hold on that subsection of G till we can meet in executive session. I would also like to say, as we move into a more cheery note, dear Saguaro learning community, because of the consent that was just passed, we would like to welcome Mr. David Abrams as our new Assistant Principal Athletic Director to the Saguaro High School learning community. Mr. Abrams has 19 years of experience in education. The last 17 years, he has been a teacher, coach, dean, and athletic director in the Paradise Valley Unified School District, so we stole you. And he will bring a wealth of knowledge to the athletic department, and we are excited for him to join this amazing learning community. Welcome, David Abrams. All right, thank you. That now brings us to, do I go back to information items? Yes, so let me just, okay, we're on, back to item, what was item 8A. So 8A is the status update regarding Phase 1 and Phase 2 of repurposing schools. Dr. Menzel.
So we're going to start with Ms. Mitchell, who will talk about the first 2 bullet points under the background information updating with respect to the concierge services and outreach to Pima and Echo Canyon families, as well as enrollment decisions made to date. Ms. Mitchell.
Sure. Good evening, governing board members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share the great work that's been happening up to this point with our concierge services in Phase 1. This is just a brief summary of the information that I shared. That was last week, last Friday. So just at this point, for everybody to know, we have 59% of ECHO students have already been enrolled in Scottsdale schools for next year. 60% of our Pima students have already been enrolled for the 26-27 school year, and we are aiming for an 80% enrollment goal by spring break. We are really grateful for all of our welcoming schools who have been taking time to host tours, have individual conversations with families, and really welcomed them to that school community. This Monday, I believe, another round of those information sheets went to our welcoming schools, and I know that they really prioritize that time and are really excited to welcome all of those new families. Additionally, just last Friday, all of our school leaders completed their school staffing sheets, which is giving us a really good understanding of where our surplus may be, where we may have more room, less room, and that is what really will help us to prioritize ECHO and Pima teachers in placement. As we make boundary decisions and understand where the majority of those students will go, we also want to make sure that those teachers are, every effort is made to prioritize the placement of them in serving the students that they have been doing such great work for already. When it comes to some additional concierge services, I want to talk a little bit about tomorrow at Pima Elementary School. So this evening, there is a decision before you. Depending on the outcome of that decision, we have a couple of different paths that we will take for tomorrow. Should the recommendation of boundaries be accepted tomorrow morning, maybe mid-morning, we want to make sure the letters are correct. Families from Pima will get letters making them aware of what their new boundary location is, and also letting them know that should they want to enroll in those schools, we will take care of all of the paperwork and make that an automated process without them having to do more steps besides meeting their new leaders and engaging in the welcoming events that I know Hohokam, Yavapai, and all of our welcoming schools are up to. Should you consider additional time for the decision, what we'll let families know is that the decision is still pending and that we stand ready to tour, support, and have enrollment conference sessions one-on-one to help guide them further, knowing that many of our Pima families are waiting to the decision of boundary outcomes to determine their next steps.
When it comes to Echo Canyon, they've been really doing some incredible stuff, serving their children, celebrating all of the great work from mid-year. And beginning next week, individual classroom teachers will start following up with families who haven't yet made the decisions for next year. Those individual personal touches are often parents know their kids' teachers. And so wanting just to make sure that we have friendly faces, letting families know that we're here for them and that we will be inviting them to individual enrollment conferences at the convenience of each family, whether they want it on the campus, they want it virtual, wherever we can meet them to discuss options here, all the reasons that they should stay enrolled in SUSD. And so those will continue as we keep going with that goal of 80% by spring break and 100% by the end of the year. I have reported previously about students who have chosen to, or families who have chosen to depart SUSD, and I will continue to report on those. What I can tell you is in the beginning, we heard from, I think, 8 or 9 families. Some of those families have changed their decision and decided to stay in SUSD. And so I don't ever want to give you false numbers, but just know that when families are choosing to leave SUSD, we won't have hard numbers until really we get records requests or don't see those students. And so we'll continue to follow those through, but we do know that families about 6 weeks out from the decision are still changing their mind based on those experiences, based on what their friend groups are doing and other social networks. And so we're really committed to each family and meeting their needs despite the unfavorable outcome of their schools being closed. I want to talk just a couple of more minutes about a community concierge team concept that we're looking to launch, knowing that as we move forward with our ECHO and PIMA families, but also into phase 2, recognizing that to give that concierge layer of support, there are members of our community that know our schools the best, and we know that they are excited to offer layers of support. And so we look to build a community concierge team, train them around the incredible offerings across all of our schools, and really put them first in touch with families who are looking maybe impacted by phase 2, maybe want new enrollment, but just want also to hear from another mom or another dad or a retired teacher, people that they also can connect with outside of school officials. And so that is work that is happening. In our previous email, I outlined a little bit of the timeline and next steps there. I'll switch a little bit over to phase 2 and just provide and let everybody know that currently on our committee hub, we are accepting applications for phase 2 committee members. And that is all of the families in our Desert Mountain Learning community, including Copper Ridge School, that we would encourage staff, families, community members, HOA, churches, businesses, whoever would like to meaningfully participate in conversations and help us figure out what are our next steps. So those will be open really through the end of the month. We want to make sure everybody has ample time and that we're able to promote it. A really big shout out and thank you to our friends in DC Ranch who are also helping us to communicate and market that at a broader level. From there, oh, I'm like, what else are we doing? Sorry about that. But from there, we did do some direct targeted email advertisement of that phase 2 to families of impacted students. Our incredible principals and school leaders are following up with families, again, at their schools. And then at the end of this week, we will do a broad district-wide communication for anyone else who may want to raise their hand, whether they have expertise, generations of success here in Scottsdale Unified. So we would encourage anyone that would like to apply, and then we'll give you ongoing updates as we continue through phase 1 and phase 2. Really appreciate the ongoing feedback, and should you have any questions, I'm happy to share.
Dr. Menzel?
So just to add, with respect to phase 2, we've completed the family and staff meetings at all but one school. We've got Tonalea on February 23rd, but all the listed phase 2 schools plus Cheyenne have had those meetings. We expect to be able to identify the consultant before the end of the month in order to facilitate the committee that we're recruiting. And then for Coronado, the learning community, we're really looking at a committee that will be focused on how do we grow. How do we capture more students? How do we ensure that Hohokam, Yavapai, Tonalea, and Coronado have a vibrant and thriving educational pathway for students in the south part of our district? And so we expect to be able to open that up towards the end of the month.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for the update. The community members you're looking to source from the phase 2 community, what's your anticipation of how many people?
I think we're looking, initially looking at a committee of 30 to 40 people, wanting to make sure there's equitable distribution across each one of the school sites and that we have ample community members. I will tell you, I think as I last checked, we have about 55, maybe 60 applications so far, and we're looking to narrow that to 30 to 40. But it depends on how many people apply. Also, that is not currently set in stone.
If you have more than you need, what is your criteria for accepting or not accepting?
Right? So if we have more than we need, what we have via the application process is there's a variety of different questions. We would use a rubric, double-blind scoring, in order to narrow that field, prioritizing some of the responses that are really around the longevity of Scottsdale, purposes for engaging in the process, also potentially previous experiences, expertise that they offer. And so in the development of the application, we also developed a protocol that we would use should we have a significant amount of applicants.
Thank you.
Dr. Potensky.
I'd like to push you a little bit. I understand your point that families may say, we're leaving the district, change their mind, and the number's going to change. I think that's equally true of families who say they're going to stay in the district. They can change their mind, the numbers are going to change. So I would appreciate if you would report the count and percent of affirmations that have currently told us that they are intending to leave the district.
Perfect. I'll continue to do that. Just want to make sure as you see those numbers change, that may be the reason, but happy to continue to do that.
Are you able to do that tonight as part of your report?
The exact numbers right now as part of my report?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't be
Okay.
able to do that right at this exact minute.
Okay. Going forward, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Carney?
Okay, thank you, President Lewis. Could you touch on the selection of a consultant to assist with facilitation? Will the board be approving the cost on this, or how is this working, the consultant?
So I can give a high-level overview. I would defer a little bit to Dr. Menzel in terms of those things. What we are looking at is people who have done this type of work across the nation, but also locally, knowing that understanding of the local context is incredibly important, but also having experience in this type of work. And so we are looking at multiple so that we have multiple quotes. What we have seen so far is a very wide range of costs. We recognize that we're in a structural budget deficit, and so it's really important that we mitigate costs, but I also will just say sometimes you get what you pay for, and we want to make sure that this process is really thoughtfully planned, intentionally designed, and that the people selected to lead that work do have experience, knowledge, and a tried and true record.
Okay, is this something we need to do an RFP on, or how are we selecting this individual?
So we don't have to do an RFP. The cost will be under $100,000, hopefully significantly under the $100,000. We have results-based funding at the district level. That is, you don't get any more RBF funding because that's no longer provided at the state level, but we have funds available for that. And so that's where we would take the funds, but we'll have 3 quotes per our procurement requirement in order to be able to make a decision in terms of how to proceed.
Thank you.
Ms. Warner, anything to add? Just to make sure we pause for you.
I'm not going to add anything
All
to
right.
this. It's all concerning.
Thank you for your personalized relationship-building approach to this very important task as we keep our families in transition effectively. I appreciate the added workload and important personal touch. All right, that moves us to 8B, Strategic Plan Mid-Year Update. Leah Mitchell, come on up.
Well, now I feel silly that I just didn't come up here first. I'm so sorry. Good evening again. What you'll see me doing up here is, thank you again for the opportunity to talk a little bit about our mid-year strategic plan update. I typically I'm not much of a scripted person, but I also recognize we have a really action-packed agenda still ahead of us. And so in order to try to be succinct, you'll see me doing a little bit of script reading. At any moment, don't hesitate to stop. stop me, ask questions. But I am very appreciative of the opportunity this evening to take a few moments to talk about our mid-year 25-26 strategic plan and continuous improvement efforts. Please, like I mentioned, feel free to stop me at any time. I always think it's really important to ground us in our collective purpose, our district's mission, vision, and values. Each and every day, thousands of staff members show up with their sights set on making this vision a reality for each of our 20,000 students that we have the opportunity to serve. And thanks again for the staff members we heard from this evening. They are mission-focused. They are focused on world-class experiences that transform our students into highly competent, confident, and quality adults that are ready to take on the world's challenges and make it an even more incredible place for generations to come. We lean into our values as part of this mission and in all we do. These values are the guideposts for each of us and help us find our way through the unknown, through turbulence, and they serve as reminders of the actions, behaviors, and dispositions that reflect our collective commitment to all of our students and their families. And what you'll see also on the screen is over the past 3 years, our why is because kids, our commitment is elevating excellence, and our focus is on their future. A quick reminder on the framing of the strategic plan. It's situated in 2 wildly important goals and 5 strategic priorities. First up, let's talk about excellence in mathematics. We measure progress in mathematics in a variety of ways. However, we built a public scoreboard that reflects the number of skills proficient per week in IXL. We selected this metric as the research around the effectiveness demonstrates optimum performance and growth can be realized through 2 proficient skills per week. The chart provides information on the engagement of our students in grades 3 through 8 in mathematics. You'll note that we've exceeded the goal nearly every week in semester 1, with the exception of the holidays and long breaks, where our kids should be playing outside, sleeping in, having lots of fun. We see them doing that. And so we're really proud. This is a very different story than this time last year, where we were still pursuing consistency in those 2 skills proficient per week. And we really didn't catch our stride almost till end of third quarter last year. And so to see this consistently reflects our implementation model and the commitment of our staff who are taking this seriously and using IXL not only to measure progress, but also as a system of support for students that may need additional help. Outside of our skills proficient per week, we also look at growth of each grade from month to month. The fall to winter target for growth is 40, and you can see that we have half of our grade levels exceeding that target. We have a couple grade levels approaching the target, and a couple that surfaces us needing to dig deeper, problem solve, and apply additional layers of support specifically to those grade levels.
Ms. Mitchell?
Yep.
Before we leave IXL, I know one of the benefits is our ability to project and predict. The IXL scores are fairly predictive of if an individual student will or will not test proficient at the end of the year. So given that we're halfway through, have we done a look ahead to say, whatever the number is, based on where we are now, 64% of third graders will be proficient in math, and that's better than 60% from last year? Like, have we done that look ahead to see where we are?
We absolutely have done that. Spoiler alert, it's coming in a few slides where we'll talk a little bit more about what some of that proficiency looks like. But each one of our school leaders and our assistant principals, our teacher instructional leaders, they are digging in not only to the growth, but also the proficiency. Individual schools are able to look at their proficiency by school. You'll see our proficiency reported up really by grade band, and then you can break down more to individual grade levels.
Thanks.
All right, let's keep talking a little bit about our wildly important goal around excellence in mathematics. In order to advance this excellence and achieve our wildly important goal of unlocking opportunities in high school by having significantly more students successfully complete algebra in 8th grade, we are intentionally building a coherent instructional model with systems of support for students and for teachers. The action steps that you see here on the screen have either just happened, are happening as we speak this evening, or are on the horizon between now and the end of the school year. I have shared the scoreboards and the actions that we are taking, and now I want to tell you just a little bit about the Math Powers Possibilities Strategic Action Team that launched last week. This team is comprised of math enthusiasts whose day-to-day roles range from classroom teacher to parent to school administrator to community leader to university instructor and much, much more. We were beyond grateful for the first of many engagement sessions and workshops to come. We received incredible feedback from all of the participants and even from some of our teachers in the room. And so I just really appreciate everybody giving up a day of instruction with their kids, but they did share with us it was well worth it to coalesce around this very meaningful goal. During the workshop, you will find here on this slide the different outcomes that were achieved during that session. They built a common knowledge base using shared data, research, experiences, and perspectives. From there, they collaborated around Arizona's profile of a graduate and generated a community math map outlining many different entry points that elevate the story of mathematics in SUSD. This team is charged as the guiding coalition, helping to implement, measure, and refine our strategy in service to our students. One particular area of progress that this team will focus on is the wildly important goal. It is the enrollment and success of students in advanced mathematics coursework. Remember that it's not our aim to force algebra onto every 8th grader right now. It is to strengthen mathematics skills, to build strong math identities, strong foundational skills in our students, and to use multiple measures to determine the readiness and their ultimate success. That leads me a little bit more to some of our accelerated math coursement placement. This will be the final portion of our Math WIG update, which really centers around increased access to 6th grade advanced math. We are shifting away from the previous practice that was built on a nomination or passage of a single test. We're shifting towards leveraging the body of evidence as the driver for initial inclusion with more powerful subjective measures happening after the body of evidence has first been considered. We embarked on this action as part of our strategy after a dive into our data revealed that there are many more students whose body of evidence, meaning AASA, IXL, our district math benchmarks, many of their data profiles aligned with those of students that were already in advanced math and had that opportunity. And so as we dug deeper to understand why maybe students weren't enrolled and their data profiles that they could. What we found is through some of those nomination processes or the single test, we were missing kids. And so moving forward into this upcoming year, we are moving a little bit more towards some auto placement and auto invitation. So beginning this quarter, we'll work with elementary and middle school teachers, leaders, and families to implement an auto invite placement process. We've identified specific metrics and will utilize those to generate lists of students meeting that placement criteria. We'll provide those auto-generated lists to schools so that teachers and families have the opportunity to help us see who we may have missed and to have meaningful conversations about the systems of support available to ensure students successfully transition from 5th to 6th grade math. From there, we'll be spending spring conferences with 5th grade parents talking specifically about their child's math path, what to expect in accelerated math courses, and ways to prepare and strengthen their skills prior to starting the new year. I'm going to shift. Yep, go ahead, ask any questions you have. Yep.
Well, I had the same question that Governing Board Member Sharkey had, so I don't know if you were about to ask.
Nope, something different.
If we passed that point yet, I don't think you've addressed how we're tracking towards proficiency given the predictive capabilities of IXL. But my first question is, if a 6th or 7th grade student was struggling in math by letter grade, they're getting Fs or Ds, what expectation would you have for their math teacher in terms of reaching out to parents, requesting a meeting? I'm just curious how this translates to the relationship. I empathize with how busy teachers are,
Sure.
class sizes, but what expectations have you set with math teachers, with students who are not performing up to grade?
Yep, I appreciate that question so much. And so a specific stated expectation for me to every teacher isn't something that I've put out there in that same way. But what I would generally expect especially after all of the mid-year assessments, is any students who are showing risk for failing, for not making progress, or for not promoting to the next grade, that those families are getting phone calls, and parent-teacher conferences. First, to discuss what's going on. But I also would expect and know that teachers are working in collaborative teacher teams to build out those systems of support. So if you're in the elementary, you're likely readjusting your intervention groups, using your intervention time, and shifting around your staff so that your most at-risk kids are paired with probably the most qualified teachers in the smallest groups. Same thing we would expect to be happening at middle school and high school. It looks a little bit different, but we would expect to see the leveraging of advisory and WIN in the middle schools in semester 2, that's really reorganized in a way that prioritizes our most struggling students. But it would be an expectation that if there are children that are failing significantly far behind, that their parents have the opportunity to have a conversation and for us to dig a little bit deeper with what's going on.
I don't think we have a formal MTSS system, so would we know if that's happening?
Yes,
would we know if, there are 30 students at a middle school, 6th grades, who are getting Ds and Fs, and whether or not there's been any proactive?
Yes, and we do have a formalized MTSS system. So we have MTSS A and B. There's teacher instructional leaders at each campus who are charged with helping to support the school administration in implementing those systems. And so what you would see, depending again on the grade level, there are regular either biweekly or monthly meetings. Those are set by agendas. They would be looking at groups of students, problem solving, prioritizing those interventions. We also then would dig a little bit deeper around what are the right supplemental materials. Is it more time? Is there after school? And so through that MTSS-A is what we call them, MTSS academics. We have flow maps and tiers of support that do sort of give teachers and buildings really that structure of how are we implementing those systems of support. We do use Synergy and Who Knew It as our data systems, where teachers are able on their dashboards to see at their class level what's the grade distribution, what's some of the benchmark assessment distribution, and similarly with IXL.
Okay, thank you. And then, I don't want to monopolize, but you said we were going to get to
Slide 23.
Predictive. So if we're not leaving math, great.
Well, in the later portion, I did a little high-level mid-year diagnostic data from ELA and math for elementary, middle, and high, and that's where you'll see those specific proficiencies listed out. I could jump there if you prefer now. Up to you guys.
While we're still on IXL, let's do that just to show.
Sorry for those watching. Sometimes you can get a little seasick on the, or I can. That would be me. So I'm going to click right into elementary data. And so what you can see on this slide, this is a distribution right now of our mid-year diagnostic for mathematics in IXL. You can see roughly around on the pie chart, that's grades 1 through 5. We do not have our kindergartners using IXL in mathematics. And so you would see 1st through 5th grade, the overall is that large pie chart that represents is that 68% currently on or above grade level, that 21% below, that 7% far below, and 4% of our students during that diagnostic window we were not able to pinpoint. As you see further down in that breakdown, what we start to see is 1st grade proficiency, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And as we get to the more intermediate grades is where you can start to see that proficiency slip. And so those areas where you see maybe in 4th grade and 5th grade, what would be the yellows and reds, those are giving us some indication of the work that we have in front of us before AASA. And so we have, I think, about 6 instructional weeks left to make a big difference. And so those would be the groups of students prioritized. If a teacher was looking at this, it would be their class in the grid that they would see. They would be able to highlight, for instance, one of those yellow bars and see the names of all the children that score in that range. If a leader was looking at this dashboard, they would be able to see at their school level all of the students from each range. I mean, really to an Excel, you could export and do a lot of groupings with. At the district level, I could see all of the students similarly.
So looking at the 5th grade, I mean, it's a hair above 50%, just looking at it visually. I don't know last year's proficiency end of year ASA, but I'm assuming it's a hair under what we were. Assuming it is, or even at just over 50%, it's still something we want to increase. Is there a targeted action plan? Is it up to the individual teachers? Knowing that we can look at these data today, what's the action plan to act on the 5th grade and 4th grade that are lower than we want to be?
So we have some pretty prescribed outline next steps and action plans. Those kicked off the week before last. Again, we met with every principal, assistant principal, teacher instructional leaders to really orient them to their data, prioritize it, and talk to them about what does this mean, what do we see. Schools then that are identified as areas of concern, whether it's individual schools or grade levels, our teaching and learning department will deploy an additional layer of support. So for instance, if you are a school at risk and you are in elementary, our Carrie Chapman, who's our math coach, may be coming to your school weekly to have conversations with teachers, model lessons, problem solve, prioritize different standards that may be showing as areas needed for growth. And so that additional layer of district coaching along with those school supports. We also then have our school leadership teams. So through our IXL package, each school leader is able to have individualized data meetings with our IXL team. And so those individual meetings, they're diving deeper into the data, they're adjusting their intervention systems, supporting students. And really our expectation is to increase intensity and target instruction for all of the students identified, some of those bubble students that are nearing proficient, and then our students that are far at risk. For middle and high, we also afford, through some of our Indian gaming funds, intervention teachers for mathematics specifically, and so that's some of what you would expect to see, whether it's small groups, small group instruction. Again, teachers communicating progress, really that expectation that they would be having family conversations. No parent should know if, no parent should not know, that's probably not the right way to say it, but how about this? Parents should know. Parents should know if their children are struggling. It shouldn't even be this time mid-year that you get a phone call that says your child's struggling. Our parents should know, our teachers know, and I do know many of those conversations are happening. Also, a couple of notes. Using IXL, it's not our one-stop shop of everything, but it does personalize skill plans for our children based on their needs. And so I'll hop back into high school in just a little bit, but our high school students take ACT Horizon benchmarks. We then load the progress of those benchmarks and provide individual IXL ACT skill plans that help students practice really specifically areas that they've demonstrated need supports in ACT, knowing that that's something we really focus on in our high schools. And then we always work through additional layers of intervention, tutoring, and intensified support. Different campuses do have different programming available and organized in order to respond to their student needs in that way.
So one more question, and I just really don't want to lose, the fact that we have information on our students before it's too late, and I want to make sure we're acting. Looking at this, I like that we have these actions and next steps. We see district coaching, I see school leadership, I see teachers, there's multiple people. I know everybody's responsible, but who's accountable? Is there a single role that is most accountable to say, hey, teacher at this class in this school, you're on track to be below where we want you to be. I need to see the plan. I mean, is there an accountability to that level, or is it truly everyone?
Well, I think collective responsibility and collective efficacy is definitely what we're leading with. But in terms of layers of accountability, Dr. Sakos and Dr. Bono follow up with all the schools that are at risk, with the leaders, with the expectation. They've had their data meetings. They're checking on who's met with Katie from IXL, who hasn't. That layer of questioning then would go down at the school level. Which teachers are you thinking about, worrying about? Are there any that we need to deploy supports for? We would expect to see our principals, and this is where Dr. Sakos and Dr. Bono, I know, have those conversations in their school visits. If you have classrooms that are struggling, as a principal, we would want them in those classrooms more frequently, coaching teachers, modeling lessons, doing all of those instructional leadership types of moves. And should they have any need for support with any of that, we also, as a team, are deploying our supports and stand ready to offer assistance however we may need.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
When we look diagnostically at where the gaps are you able to identify the cluster of gaps? For example, in the past, I have found place value at the 3rd grade being a whole that somehow just didn't get mastered 1st and 2nd grade, and then it affected almost everything else by our 3rd graders, and we would have to go back and reteach place value. That's an example. Or fractions and decimal confusion seem to go throughout the grade levels. I don't know if you're finding a diagnostic cluster of concerns.
We certainly are, and so as I stand up here and report some of what our schools are doing around proficiency and growth, I can speak on behalf of the Teaching and Learning and Ed Services. That's actually specifically what they'll look at. They'll look at standards, strands specifically, also knowing that essential standards are being prioritized in the state of Arizona, so we are able to look down to that level of specific, which will also then actually drive some of the curriculum development should the new math curriculum be adopted. That also is where some of that comes into play, both with future curriculum pacing and adjustments, but also in real time in the moment. So for example, if Dr. J and Ms. Chapman were to identify in second grade skip counting. That just came off the top of my head. Please don't judge. But if that was something that they really identified, we would deploy additional remediation lessons and provide that to teachers, maybe model some videos. I've seen Ms. Chapman at staff meetings doing some of that coaching. And so as we see those content strands, specific standards, especially those that are essential for AASA, those are areas of additional problem solving and tackling for the future, but also for right now. Schools and teachers are able to see at the standards level information as well.
Well, and I'm trying to dig in more beyond the conceptual level in terms of the level of frustration that developmentally is really a sticking point for some 8-year-olds or some 12-year-olds. And just curious, you know, always, my whole career, been curious about what is it with these sticking points that we can't seem to master or get through or continue to trip us up. And it's a lifelong pursuit, isn't it?
It's a lifelong pursuit, and I think you'll hear over the next few years some more engagement in building thinking classrooms using the language of mathematics where kids are having that mathematics discourse. So I think that's one area we really will be prioritizing that helps sort of move from that I'm stuck to I can feel good talking to my friend about are they stuck and working through that. But also you'll see, I think, a resurgence of procedural skill and fluency focus, knowing that conceptual understanding is one of the legs on the three-legged stool. Procedural skill and fluency is also incredibly important, as well as abstract thinking. But I think you would probably see a little bit more focus on procedural skill and fluency so that our kids are not having to really labor over some of the smaller algorithmic approaches as they're tackling heavier concepts.
And in English, what that means?
Math facts. It means math facts.
It means practicing.
It means practicing. It really does mean practicing math facts, being able to make and break in groups of 5s, 10s, 20s, hundreds, thousands, depending on your grade. It's really being able to think big, think small, and make and break numbers into different models.
Thank you. Dr. Potensky.
I know we need to move on.
None of this is in my script, so I hope I'm doing okay. Sorry about that.
I know we need to move on. What would help me as a follow-up item, I think what I'm looking for very simply is last year, third graders were X% proficient. We're halfway through the year. We predict third graders are Y%, on track to be Y%, and that's a difference of +2 points or -2 points. And to be clear, it wouldn't shock me if this year we didn't make, I want us to make improvement. I'm not setting low expectations. But it wouldn't shock me if we didn't. It wouldn't even shock me if we took a step backward, given all of the change and practice, right? There's a lot going on. So it's not to say, oh my gosh, you know, we're running at the same level, this is failing. It's just more, you know, we have this benefit of real-time information and being able to predict. And I don't quite get from the presentation the answer to that very simple question, X versus Y.
Do you mind if I do a quick sidestep to my fancy notebook? Because I have those numbers. I carry them in my notebook. Last year's.
I would be happy to get it as a follow-up, just knowing.
I'd be happy to send those as follow-up too. So yeah, I have all of last year's and this year's. I'd be happy to send
I know we
that.
have a huge agenda tonight, so I would like to bring a pause to this, and thank you very, very much. But I want to make sure we allow the final board questions so we can get moving on the rest of the agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Carney.
Thank you, President Lewis. I just have one question. I just had asked for the board to receive the proficiency levels by school site, and I'd like to just make sure that we do receive that.
Perfect. Yes, I know Dr. Bachna received that request. Dr. Anna is working on it. Looks like it's going to take us a few hours to pull all of that together, but we'll send that entire package.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you very much. I know that we could keep going, but we're going to pause at this juncture.
sounds good.
Thank you so very much. That brings us to information item C. First, is there a question? Okay, C, first read for K-11 and upper level math adoption. Dr. J. Is that okay? We just go to Dr. J?
Yes. Good evening. President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, governing board members, Dr. Menzel, Gladys, and guests. We are very excited tonight. The K-11 and upper level math curriculum adoption committees are pleased to present our recommendations for new math instructional materials. Over the past year, committee members have engaged in extensive collaboration, research, and classroom-based evaluation. These recommendations present nearly a year of collaboration, research, again, classroom implementation, thoughtful discussion. We are excited to share with you the outcome of this work and the instructional opportunities these materials will bring to our students. Our committee's work was guided by our SUSD strategic plan. The programs we are bringing forward today reflect these commitments. They are future-ready, promote critical and creative thinking, emphasize problem-based learning, and include strong supports for differentiation so all students can grow. These priorities remained at the center of our work from the very beginning of the adoption process. Our math adoption process was guided by Carrie Chapman, our K-5 math academic coach, Carly Freed, our 6-12 math academic coach, Dee Dee Johnson, our instructional materials specialist, and Tiffany Sorensen, our admin support coordinator. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the work of Dr. Kim Doggs-Kieran, former Director of Teaching and Learning, and Donna Dempsey, former K-5 elementary math coach, for their leadership and groundwork with this committee during the 24-25 school year. Their early designs of structures, timelines, and collaboration routines set the foundation that allowed this year's process to run smoothly and keep a strong focus on instructional qualities for students. Our K-11 committee was truly a representative group, bringing together teachers, parents, community members, and site and district level staff from across all 5 learning communities. We're grateful to the many committee members who dedicated long evenings, full-day meetings, countless hours reviewing materials, trying them in classrooms, and engaging in thoughtful discussion. The upper level math committee included advanced math teachers, parents, community members, and district staff. Their expertise ensured our recommendations reflected both strong pedagogy and alignment to college and career-ready pathways. We would like to invite any members of the committee still with us this evening to please stand and be recognized for their hard work. Across both committees, members spoke highly of the process. In the quotes presented here, you'll see consistent themes and stakeholders' reflections. The process was thorough, teacher voice was valued, diverse perspectives were heard, and the structure, rubric, vendor presentations, and real classroom trials supported thoughtful decisions. Even when philosophies differed, the groups collaborated to reach consensus, and members expressed confidence in their final recommendations. I would like to celebrate what an incredible accomplishment it was for these committees to explore and decide on math curriculum for SUSD. Our K-11 group has been working for 11 months through this process, dedicating evenings, full days to the exploration of high-quality instructional materials and diving deep into best math practices. Because kids, our focus was on finding relevant, rigorous, and engaging content that not only aligns to our state math standards, but raises the bar for math instruction district-wide by focusing on critical thinking activities and real-world connection. Our upper-level team consisted of passionate, high-level math class teachers, math enthusiast parents who lent their professional field experience to teach to rich conversation and collaboration with math instruction beyond Algebra 2. All in all, this has been a tremendously productive experience. This was the first time our district employed a try and apply model as part of the curriculum adoption process. Rather than reviewing materials only on paper or through vendor presentations, we created structured opportunities for all educators district-wide to experience the materials in real classroom context. All members of the Curriculum Review Committee participated in Try and Apply and engaged directly with the materials prior to making a recommendation. Try and Apply ran during quarter 2 and included grades K through 11. 2 or 3 programs were available to try at each level. The programs selected to move forward in the Try and Apply process were based on committee recommendations as a result of rubric results. The purpose of Try and Apply was to ensure that our recommendation was grounded in authentic classroom experience. Participation in Try and Apply was intentionally designed to be flexible and respectful of teacher professional judgment and needs. All teachers and schools were given access to the print materials and given full online access via Clever. Just as a side comment real quickly, materials were delivered to all of our schools. It was such a huge lift from our warehouse, our instructional specialist, all of the coordination of the entire teaching and learning and instructionals team. I could not be more proud of their work. Committee members participated in Try and Apply. The expectation was to use each program equally. This allowed their committee members to be consistent and thoughtful with their review of each curriculum. Some teachers chose to fully replace their current curriculum for a period of time, while others engaged more selectively, reviewing lessons, instructional tasks, or assessments. This design was intentional. Our goal was to lower barriers to encourage participation and invite authentic exploration. Teachers were not required to participate. It was fully optional. The level of participation varied by site. Because of this approach, Try and Apply prioritized access and experience, teacher feedback, reflections, and observations. Try and Apply played a central role in informing the committee's recommendation. All committee members across elementary, middle, and high school participated directly. We also collected public review feedback from teachers who chose to participate. That, of course, was all included in our decision for the recommendations that we have for you this evening. The K-11 Math Committee spent several meetings researching high-quality instructional material criteria and narrowed down to the rubric categories that you see listed here above: curriculum design, teacher resources, student resources, technology, assessment, rigor, relevance, family, community resources, and professional development and support. These categories and criteria were then used to craft a rubric for each grade band. As always, during the adoption process, we use a consensus decision-making in order to get consensus on the recommendations that we are moving forward. Now that we have provided a foundation of process, I would like to turn it over to Carrie Chapman, our K-5 academic coach, to walk you through our elementary recommendation.
Hi, I'm Carrie. I'm the elementary math coach. So the elementary committee recommends SAVIS and Vision. The elementary committee recommends SAVIS and Vision Plus 2027 because it consistently supported deep conceptual understanding through intentional lesson design. Lessons are structured to help students make sense of math, not just completing procedures, and committee members saw that clearly during Try and Apply. Teachers also appreciate that Envision Plus intentionally embeds instructional practices our district has already been working to implement, such as 3-act tasks and vertical thinking tasks. Seeing these approaches built directly into daily lessons made the curriculum feel aligned to the work we've already started rather than adding something extra. The program also stood out on its ongoing varied practice. It has daily differentiation, adaptive practice, spiral review, and meaningful extension options that give teachers a wide range of access points for all learners. Those needing support, those working below grade level, multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and our highest achieving students. Assessment was another key factor. Envision Plus includes multiple checkpoints embedded throughout instruction, giving teachers frequent insight into student learning and allowing them to adjust instruction in real time rather than waiting for the end of unit tests. The committee also felt that the program aligned strongly with our district's Algebra 1 WIG through its coherence, rigor, and emphasis on reasoning. Students regularly engage in real-world contexts, problem situations, and tasks that elevate student voice and offer meaningful choice, helping them to see themselves as active participants in their learning. In addition, Envision Plus provides robust home-to-school support. Families can access resources without logins in more than 100 languages and through convenient QR codes. This makes it easy for caregivers to understand what students are learning and how to help from home. Finally, teachers valued that the program is sustainable. Through both classroom use and vendor presentation, they saw a curriculum that incorporates modern best practices, hands-on learning, purposeful play, and effective digital tools, while still being manageable to implement over time. With that overview of our elementary recommendation, I'd like to transition to our secondary coach, Carly.
In addition to everything that Carrie just mentioned for elementary, we have some more feedback from our middle school teachers. Our middle school teachers highly approved of the digital platform provided by SAVIS, as well as the extra support for differentiated instruction. They're eager to try the consumable workbooks that follow the curriculum and feel that middle school students will benefit both from physical paper materials and digital resources. The middle school curriculum offered rigor and relevance in ample practice opportunities, as well as tasks to increase student engagement and critical thinking. The high school teachers went in a different direction and opted to recommend Cengage Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 for adoption. They loved the real-world examples and tasks provided by National Geographic experts to tie actual careers and field examples to math in action. They had a strong digital platform that will allow teachers to create, edit, and share assessments and assignments between each other, which supports their goal of strengthening collaboration between teachers and schools. They were also highly interested in the lockdown browser feature for assessments, ensuring that we can continue to give our common assessments in a secure manner. The content is rigorous and engaging and offers ample resources for teachers and students alike.
So we also wanted to share, or our committee members wanted to share their reasoning behind their selection for elementary, middle, and high school curriculum. So they consistently highlighted that the program's strong instructional guidance, its ability to raise rigor while supporting diverse learners, and the clarity they saw during the vendor presentations. Teachers noted that Envision Plus offers meaningful support for classroom instruction, student engagement through real-world tasks, and accessible resources for families, including the multilingual supports.
Overall, the committee felt that SAVIS provided the most comprehensive tools to help teachers deliver high-quality math instruction. Algebra, Geometry, and Algebra 2 teachers appreciated the real-world connections made available in Cengage and overwhelmingly appreciated having the opportunity to review several high-quality instructional materials for consideration. We also did an upper-level math adoption. The upper-level math committee opted to recommend some new curricular resources for some courses, but maintain our current selection for others. The criteria for keeping or updating the curriculum fell ultimately on what would prepare students best for a college-bound and future-focused math journey. Alignment to College Board requirements and ACT and SAT preparedness were key factors, as were updates to technological resources and student resources.
This slide just highlights some of the core reasons behind the committee's, again, final recommendations. The materials we are bringing forward all support strong alignment to the Arizona math standards, AP and dual enrollment expectations, and the standards for mathematical practice. They also provide teachers with a wide range of strategies to engage students, differentiate instruction, and promote inquiry-based learning, helping students make sense of mathematics through exploration and meaningful problem solving. Across all grade levels, these programs include robust print and digital resources, textbooks, interactives, simulations, support videos, assessments, and more. Importantly, they come with professional learning options that provide virtual, live, and asynchronous training so teachers can receive the support they need throughout the implementation process. Over the next several slides, you'll see the projected costs associated with these adoptions. This slide outlines the estimated pricing for our upper-level math courses, including AP Calculus, Trigonometry Pre-Calculus, and Algebra 3 with Trigonometry. The costs shown include items such as printed textbooks, teacher editions, digital platform access for 7 years, test banks, workbooks, and professional development. These figures represent the base materials needed for implementation, and the total cost for these items, excluding shipping and taxes, is included in the not-to-exceed amount at the end. Slide 20 continues the cost breakdown for our financial math, Algebra 2 honors, and the elementary material. This includes consumable student workbooks, printed teacher resources, digital licenses, and professional development. Again, these costs reflect the core materials required for successful implementation over the 7-year adoption period. The tools here contribute to the overall cost. Again, that will be summarized. This is the cost breakdown for middle school Envision Plus, as well as Cengage materials for Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. These costs include printed student editions, workbooks, teacher editions, digital access, and professional learning. Finally, this slide outlines potential future costs for additional student practice workbooks for both elementary and middle school. The amounts shown represent 6 years of additional consumables based on current enrollment, along with shipping and taxes. If needed, these purchases would not exceed just over $1.13 million. We are intentionally recommending a wait and assess approach to avoid unnecessary spending and ensure responsible use of district resources. Tonight's adoption recommendation is the first step, and implementation is where the real work begins. Rolling out a new math curriculum for K-12 requires thoughtful planning, strong teacher training, and ongoing support throughout the year. This summer, we will receive materials, actually hopefully during the spring. We will begin initial training in the spring for current classroom, gifted, and special education teachers with additional learning during pre-week and optional opportunities in the summer. Throughout the year, we will provide support as needed to use district PD days to help teachers deepen their understanding for the curriculum. We will also monitor implementation and student learning through a variety of data sources, including formative assessments, classroom observations, and teacher feedback. Our goal is to respond to evidence throughout the year so that we can ensure a strong, successful first year and beyond of implementation. Before we finish this evening, I would like to highlight our plans for public review. Ensuring transparency and community access is an essential part of the adoption process. All materials are currently available for in-person public review at the Mojave District Annex. Materials can be reviewed through Tuesday, March 10th from 9 a.m. to 3 on SUSD school days. Extended hours or access on non-school days can be arranged with an advanced notice by contacting the Teaching and Learning Department. To broaden access, we are also adding digital versions of the materials to the district websites so families and community members can review them from home. In addition, we will send district-wide communication to all parents through Parent Square, and we will be working with the Scottsdale Parent Council to help ensure families across our community are aware of the review window and have opportunities to participate. Our goal is to make this process as open and accessible as possible so every stakeholder has the chance to see and provide feedback on the materials under consideration. With that, I invite you to ask any questions, or we will hear any comments.
Mr. Sharkey?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Really good to see the depth of detail in this. Two things. One, with the rubrics, I went to the website. Do we publish and share the results of the rubrics? It'd be nice to see what the competition looked like and how close the choices were.
Yeah, the data is listed in our individual presentations for each of the math adoption meetings. The ones that we included in the slide, they can be found on the website.
Okay. Just as a suggestion for all curriculum, it'd be nice to see for us, was this a unanimous? I mean, the rubric was great. I was clicking through what was on here to see all the different sections. It'd be nice to see, you heard that resources were a big win. So just for context, I think that's a good summary, at least for me to see that. So thank you.
Happy to.
Second thing, I noticed the lockdown browser on the high school side. Have we used lockdown browser before?
We do have, like School City, we use for our assessment platform, but it doesn't currently have, well, it does have a lockdown browser, but it's wonky, I guess you could say. We also have Classroom Relay. There's a few different things that are available. They seem to be a little bit glitchy. Our teachers have explicitly asked for something embedded within a platform that is flawless, and that was kind of a selling point for Cengage, was that they had a very secure lockdown browser.
Yeah, we use it at ASU, and I know it could cause some issues, and you don't want kids to be sort of cheated out of their test time for that. I can put you in contact with the people at ASU who supported it for the last 8 years, so if you want, because I know you don't want that to be an issue, but I'm glad it was called out as a positive, so thank you. Thanks.
Dr. Patinsky?
Two quick questions. One, can you connect the dots between this and what we just talked about with IXL? So to what extent was part of the decision-making interoperability or alignment between IXL at one level of MTSS and then the core curriculum at a different level of MTSS? And then second, do any of these have agentic tutoring capabilities?
Yeah, so I'll start with the IXL question. IXL is our supplemental resource, so it's really designed for Tier 2 and Tier 3, as well as that advisory time, the win time, individualized instruction. IXL will have these curriculums embedded, I believe, in skill plans that we do now. So our current curriculums are also embedded into IXL, so there's skill plans that associate with IXL, so it helps with the unit pacing and the guide so that they will support those two. Regarding your next question, if you could just remind me.
Agentic tutoring, AI tutoring.
Oh, AI tutoring, yeah. So the Cengage has specific tutoring that it's one of the things that the high school teachers loved most about the Cengage was the tutoring. In the Envision Plus, you want to talk about that? Just
the
in
intervention.
tutoring, yeah.
So Envision Plus comes with a full intervention toolkit. Already included. It was the only one that we looked at in all 13 programs. So that is included everywhere. So the teachers, like LRC teachers, so special ed teachers, intervention teachers, and classroom teachers, will have a full intervention toolbox that's totally part of the program.
And then AI and Envision. We can
There is an AI portion of Envision. I don't remember a lot about it, but I do know it was part of like the selling point that sold the teachers during the vendor day.
And we can follow up.
Thank you, and thank you for all the hard work that went into this.
Could you go back to the slide that showed the financial literacy intention. 50, 50 printed textbooks for checkout if desired.
Right now, I'd have to check on what the enrollment is in currently financial math. Majority of the high school teachers that participated in both sides of the committee, the K-11 and the 12, really leaned in on the digital platforms as far as the curriculum, more so than the printed textbooks. We're finding that teachers at the high school level are not using the printed textbooks, so we currently have just 50, knowing that the platform is available online.
Okay. So I'm concerned that it's only at high school, and I really had hoped to see financial literacy K-12. Is that something that you can improve before the second read?
There's not a financial literacy component, and I see Leah wanting to jump in right now.
I'm happy to jump in just really quickly. What you'll see in our middle school planning guide is the financial literacy course in middle school being offered next year for your consideration. That actually sits in the social studies realm, and so some of where you can see we'll tackle financial literacy even more is the pairing of what that means through social studies and also how that marries with mathematics.
And I understand that approach, and it feels like an elective. It's an elective, yes?
It's listed as an elective course, yes. Yeah. There are financial literacy standards throughout our K-12 curriculum. We've identified those through mostly of our social studies standards.
It's not robust enough for me.
Thank you.
From a mathematics perspective. Any other comments on a first read? All right. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for having so many parents and the incredible dense amount of work that's gone on. I would like to see a more robust K-12 approach with the financial math piece that's not if desired or an elective in social studies. So I'd like to see it aligned with mathematics.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on now to sorry, Ms. Warner, I didn't give you a pause.
Thank you, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on now to 8D, Echo Canyon Pre-8 Repurposing, Community Education and Early Learning.
Hello. Good evening. Is everyone awake still and excited to be here?
Shall we do our stretch?
What are you
Well, I
implying?
was going to say, I said to Shannon Cron back there, do you think they'd mind if I had everybody just do a little stretch and a
Little
little
chair
Vegas
stretch.
nerve reset?
Yeah, we've been here for
I was
what?
going to ask Nick Noonan to do a power clap, but I won't. But I
Yeah.
might be here for a power clap, but we'll keep it in our back pocket for if we go past 1. How about that?
Bite
So
your
thank
tongue.
you. Thank you, Governing Board President Dr. Lewis, Vice President Mr. Sharkey, Governing Board members, and Dr. Menzel and Ms. Wagner. Again, I'm Christine Bono, Assistant Superintendent for Elementary, and I'm here tonight to review our proposal to continue and expand our early learning programs at Echo Canyon while also relocating the Community Education Department to the Echo Canyon campus from where it currently is at Oak. I want to direct your attention to the map that you should have of Echo Canyon. I think Gladys might have distributed those to you. And it might help if you're looking at the map this way, just turn it counterclockwise. That might help orient you for this. So you'll see here our community education, our logo. Community education is comprised of our kids club, our early learning, our enrichment. It's a very robust department that's housed at Oak. But our focus also tonight, along with moving community ed, is also our early learning. Echo Canyon's currently the Jaguars. So this baby, the Jaguar, is so cute. I thought it was cute. So this proposal would relocate the community ed department from Oak to Echo, would continue and expand our early learning programs. Besides the preschool and the pre-K class we currently have at Echo Canyon, the Tavon pre-K class, there's one, is the only early learning option for the Arcadia learning community. Community ed is also self-sufficient. We do not rely on maintenance and operations. All of our programs are self-sufficient through the revenue that we generate. Our proposal for Echo is not a full utilization of the campus. But in this proposal, our community education department would utilize the front office. So if you're holding the map in a portrait, That 600 building that's in your lower right-hand corner, that's currently the front office of Echo Canyon.
Dr. Bono,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. Just some context for me. I know following 3 presentations are other proposals. Are these exclusive proposals? And
So I was going to talk about that after she presents our proposal.
okay, so this is one of.
This is what we're bringing forward as a first step, and then we're going to seek some board input in terms of potential cohabitation or alternative uses that would not include this, and those 3 proposals can be unpacked in different ways, but we need to know what the governing board's interest is. So if we step back for a minute, we need to identify, so from an administrative perspective, for both repurposing proposals tonight, we've said the floor of our goal is to ensure that we are not using M&O dollars to maintain and support operation on those 2 campuses, right? That we're not subsidizing it with M&O. So community education at Echo allows us to maintain that asset, provide needed services in the community. It's not necessarily designed to maximize revenue for that space. So if the board wants us to think about how do you maximize revenue for the Echo Canyon property, that's a different conversation. So what we've started with is the floor. We've had a proposal for an arts magnet. That's not a part of the 3 that are included here, but it is part of our thinking that if next year we operate and maintain that facility using community ed there, it doesn't preclude an arts magnet down the road if in fact the review from the subcommittee of SPARK, the committee looking at specialty programs, determines that an arts magnet is both viable and that's the right location. So that allows us to maintain the use of space that way. If we were to enter into a lease agreement with one of the other 3 proposals that were submitted, those are all envisioned to be longer-term lease agreements that likely would preclude the arts magnet idea. So if the governing board has strong opinions about the merits of one of the other 3 proposals and wants us to pursue a long-term lease agreement right now, then that would cause us to shift our thinking. We wanted to have the information discussion to be able to say, this is what we believe allows us to hit that minimum level of not taking more from M&O while allowing us to fully vet what the long-term plan is for Echo Canyon and understanding, is the board hoping to maximize the dollar value? Is the board looking to do as best as we can with certain parameters? Do you want to have competitor schools there or not? Is there a way to frame an alternative program like Polaris and say that there's a compatibility program potentially? So we just don't know. We haven't asked the board, so that's the purpose of the information discussion tonight.
And when we look at the sports complex, Jones Gordon, Polaris, those may or may not be compatible, overlapping, concurrent with community ed, or are they all in place of?
No, some could. So for example, in talking with Jones Gordon, they'd love to have the preschool program stay. Not sure that community ed would be able to fit as well, given their model. With Polaris, the idea is that you could probably do both because of how you could divide the campus. So you'd have them in the back half of the campus, community ed and early childhood on the front half of the campus. I believe on the athletics proposal, the desire would ultimately to have control of the full space, but I don't know that there's an unwillingness to talk about that. We haven't gone into that level of conversation with any of the other proposals because we don't know the parameters from the board yet.
That's great context. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting, Dr.
No
Bono. I
problem.
appreciate
No,
it.
thank you. I appreciate the context. So again, this proposal is not a full utilization. Community ed would inhabit that 600 building. That would be all the offices, the 9 offices for community ed, the health assistant, our front office folks in the very front. Our early learning program would remain where it is now in the 100 building, which is just to the left. Currently at Echo, we have a preschool class, which is for kids who are 3 turning 4, and a pre-K class for kids who are 4 turning 5. In this case, we would also like to expand and include a toddler class. We do not have an SUSD toddler class on that side of town, and when I talk about our enrollment numbers, you'll see the need for it and the interest in it. This would also allow us to have an indoor play space and a room for dining. One of the classrooms would be used for meals. We also would like to utilize the library, the cafeteria, and gym for our kids club, summer camp, our fall break, and possibly winter and spring break camp. Those are also ideas to additionally generate revenue. Our proposal also allows The proposal allows us to maintain and continue the wonderful gardens. I think many of you who've been on the Echo Canyon campus, those gardens are award-worthy. The time and love that have gone on to those gardens. With early learning there and our team there, we would be able to maintain them and still make them accessible, thinking big term, big picture, if other schools want to bring field trips to see the gardens and to do different programs there, I think that would also be an opportunity. So as you know, you've heard me say, some of you on the board have heard me celebrate our award-winning early learning programs at Echo Canyon. Right now, our preschool and our pre-K are 5-star rated through Quality First, outstanding program. This proposal allows us to keep those programs and expand to a toddler. So back when early learning opened up enrollment last month, we wanted to elicit interest to say, let's open up the door for registration. Parents knew it was contingent on board approval next month on how we move forward, but we wanted to see, let's see what we get. We knew we have the current preschool families who were gonna roll up, but let's see what else we get. So right now, we have 6 families that are interested in toddlers, 8 students for preschool and 15 for pre-K. And there down below, you'll see historically in our preschool, which is the PS, and pre-K, how many numbers we've had. Our ratio is typically 1 to 12. We would not put, the state says 1 to 13, but we would not put more than 24 students in our preschool and pre-K classes. The toddler ratio is 1 to 16.
And financially?
Financially, in this model right now, we probably, because especially with toddlers, it's really expensive to operate. We would probably, community ed would take a little hit. It still would not impact the M&O budget, but we feel strongly that if we were able to maintain these programs and the interest grew, if this is the interest and the plan's not even finalized yet, we feel strongly that if we can get the ball rolling and maintain our amazing preschool pre-K, bring on toddlers, I really think there's no way to go but up. I mean, people in the neighborhood will see. Many families have reached out to us whose families go, their neighborhoods' kids go to competitors of private school in the Arcadia neighborhood, and they're the ones primarily who have signed up, especially for toddlers, saying, we either can't find this kind of program, but you're high quality and your tuition is far less expensive than what they might pay at a private competitor.
Can we do a
Yes.
cost-benefit analysis? At what enrollment do we need to make it cost neutral?
Yes.
So it's not impacting the district, or it's a revenue generator?
Correct. So yes, President Lewis, I can get that. We have the cost analysis of 2 things, of what neighborhood areas programs charge, but also it also depends on our staff. So we might have a program across our town in our district where the staff is fairly new to us, so we pay them a little less because of how many years they've been in our district. If they're very veteran, it could be more expensive, but we can get that. Yep. And then also, we also take into account not only our kids club, so our every single day kids club programs, that money goes into the big pot, and our enrichment program. Our enrichment program makes a lot of money, and we offer high quality after school classes. All of that money also goes into the greater account as well. If that makes sense?
Well, and I'm just seeing this property as a potential revenue generator.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate the service and beauty of intention, given the scope of what public schools are funded to do, but we want to see this as a community ed revenue generator.
So as I indicated, our programs are more affordable than what some neighbors might get at the private schools around the Arcadia neighborhood. We also know that if we can, when we enroll them in our programs, the vast majority, stay in for kindergarten. They stay in SUSD. So we feel it's imperative to be able to offer additional early learning, especially in the Arcadia complex. Tavon would be it. If there were no early learning programs at Echo, the 1 pre-K class at Tavon would be it, of 24 kids.
Just to clarify, you don't need to move the community ed in order to offer early learning at Echo, right? Those 2 could also be disconnected.
Governing board member, Dr. Paninsky, we would have to look at who would be an administrator or another director type on campus. If we had just kids and teachers, we would probably need to discuss what that might look like in terms of additional support. Right now, it's the principal and administrative staff. If we had no one there, I don't know what that might look like, but definitely could explore that possibility.
Thank you.
On that note, our discussion coming up with the budget, we have a close Oak line item for 145K. Am I hearing that if we don't do this option and move community ed to Echo, then we can't do the close Oak line item? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that would be, if we don't have another home for not only community ed, but also nutrition services, that's the part of closing Oak, having other homes for them, that would be savings we would not realize this coming year.
Which is a 145K line item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I speak to that? What are other options of where community ed could move to? Because we do have space elsewhere.
What other space?
Well, I don't know, is there open space at the warehouse?
No, there's not. The warehouse is full.
What about Choya?
So Choya is not really, as Mr. Rayler pointed out at our last meeting, it's not really a place where we can move people into without significant investment. So it's musical chairs, but if we move, in phase one, you don't have alternatives. In phase two, when you reduce our footprint by 2 more, then you have other places to be able to move community ed potentially. But I mean, you could, if you wanted, you could find a way to put community up at Copper Ridge with some of the excess capacity they have there. It would not be logical in terms of where we serve people, but you could find a home for them potentially on that campus. But we don't have a lot of other places besides that without moving all of these others.
Perfect. So again, this just kind of summarizes that having the early learning continues to offer that high quality, especially for the preschool, pre-K, and the toddlers. And we would move, the Oak folks would move to Echo, and that all the camps we were able to offer would additionally generate that revenue. President Lewis will make sure we get that cost-benefit analysis for you.
Might even factor in kind for administrative oversight within that cost-benefit analysis.
Any additional questions you might have before you see me again in a little bit?
Ms. Carney, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to say that, yes, on December 2nd, I did ask for the cost-benefit analysis for this, and I think it'd be good to see them for the other options that were presented to us tonight as well. And then I had a question on the facility land use, the rubric. Has that been done on all the options presented tonight?
I can speak to, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, Mr. Rayler's started part of that process. 2 of the 3 have been run through the rubric so far.
Okay, so the board will receive all the rubrics on every option?
Yes.
And we have as well. Our presentation was kind of with those categories, but we will make sure you have a more robust report as it's aligned to the rubric.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Of course, my pleasure.
Okay,
All right.
but before we leave that, we need to hear from you. We don't know. So for example, with both Jones, Gordon, and Polaris, those are education service providers. And if the board wants us to consider potential lease agreements with educational service providers, that's important for us to know. If the board says, no, we don't want to bring in potential competition, that's important for us to know. If you want us to maximize how much revenue we can get for use of the space, that's another factor to consider. We're operating in a guessing game without some more specific information from the board in terms of parameters.
Mr. Sharkey?
I mean, given my homework of going through this, right, there's 0 financial information on all of these options. And so that's no place to make a decision. I mean, I could express opinions, actually, I think it would be better for me to have this discussion after hearing the other options. I took away what I took away from reading through their slides on here, but I'd probably get a little more depth by hearing them, which would allow me to say, I think this is a good idea, or I wouldn't go with this idea. So I would prefer to hear that and then have a discussion afterwards. But still knowing it's going to be very incomplete with no financials.
So I appreciate that. And we can work with them on that. Part of what Shannon has been doing is working to get the market rate that we would need from a lease perspective. And then we can also talk about compatible uses and whether or not a shared use of the space versus an exclusive lease, and the length of those kinds of things are all very important as well.
Yeah, I think I sort of went where I think Mr. Sharkey went. I tried to figure out like which could go together and which are kind of mutually exclusive. So I personally would not want to be over. I understand why you want guidance, and so I can certainly say, you know, I am open to the schools that are listed here. And so I wouldn't want to, you know, I would understand why you want the guidance to say before we go down that road, do all of this work. If that's not even a possibility, let me know. So I'm open to that. I put a particular premium on the neighborhood and understanding what the neighborhood wants out of that facility so that it remains a positive amenity to the neighborhood. So we're not suggesting this, but turning it into the bus depot, you know, would presumably be low amenity, you know, continuing to be a place of youth sports and education, high amenity. You know, but beyond that, because there's so many different ways that these could mix and match, I'd rather not be prescriptive so that you have the greatest amount of flexibility to maximize, you know, to me, after amenity is revenue. Yeah.
Do you want a philosophical statement on competitors?
Well, I think that would be helpful. I think we've heard one. I'd like to hear more.
Go ahead, Mr. Sharkey.
I'll just say that looking at what I did my homework on with them, I wouldn't consider them direct competitors to us. So I don't, if this was I don't want to pick a name of a direct competitor, Charter or something, but I would feel much different. These, I don't feel it's a head-to-head competitor, so that's not as much a factor for me.
Go ahead, Ms. Carney.
100%. If we say because kids, then we need to focus on what's best for kids. And if that's one of these options, then absolutely, I'd say we look into that. I do have a question on Jones-Gordon. I know, like I said, we don't have any financials yet, but are they looking to move from their current location? So this would be a new location, not a second location?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
And I think part of what we have to flesh out with some of these proposals are some of the unanswered questions in terms of exclusive use. So for example, there's a high level of community interest in still being able to utilize the fields on that space. And we need to determine if the Jones-Gordon proposal is one that would be compatible with doing both, or if it's truly exclusive use. So I think knowing that the board, at least from what I've heard so far, is not opposed to entertaining that, we can ask different questions now. I just didn't want to spend a whole lot of time going down that road and then finding that it was a non-starter. That's why this was important for me.
Excellent.
I've got a last question on Polaris. I know I had talked with you because I know they are leasing in Mesa, and we talked about them being possible leasing part of Pima. Is that still an option?
So they toured both locations, and they're here. They toured with Dennis. I think Echo was the preferred location, and there's some questions about the potential for co-location with Level D at Pima that might be problematic, and Leah can talk about that when we get to Pima.
Okay, thank you.
Is the board satisfied at this point? Ms. Warner, any questions or comments?
Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. All right. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I just do, on the decision-making rubric, there is the portion for community input. So I think it's really important, like you had mentioned, that we get input from the community around the school as well.
Excellent. I know that was vague help.
So some parameters are better than no parameters, so thank you.
Did you get a little bit of what you
No,
needed?
no, I actually have a pretty clear sense of what conversations we need to have next.
Okay.
And we'll probably get a little bit more clarity as we think about Pima, and also then thinking about Phase 2. So I think all of this is really helpful. It's new area for all of us to talk about how we think about repurposing district assets in a way that benefits the district, addresses ongoing revenue concerns, but also doesn't put us in a position that results in losing an asset that could be more valuable to us over time.
Are we going to be getting presentations from them, or are they just here
So we
informationally?
can. I didn't want to have presentations tonight without knowing what the parameters were. They're here.
Okay.
And if we want to ask questions, I know that they would be willing to answer them, except for they'd be able to talk about what's in their proposal, not about the other questions that we would want to pursue in terms of potential co-location and some of those things.
Okay. If you have good direction for next step,
Yes.
needed.
Everybody good? Thank you. All righty, we are ready for information update on Pima Elementary School repurposing to a Level D special education program. Leah Mitchell. Is that okay? We go straight to Leah? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you again for some more time. Myself and Dr. Brooke Williams will be spending a little bit of time talking about a Level D special education proposal for Pima Elementary. I'll start just by providing some high-level outcomes about what this proposal is, and I printed mine on too small of words, and this is the stage of life I'm in, so I am going to wait for them to come up. There we go. So the outcomes that we are going to tackle today or this evening together is we want to provide an overview of what a Level D program really is. What are those definitions? We want to share some insight to the current programming costs and how we're serving students. We want to discuss the benefits for students, families, and the community, and we'll detail some additional efficiencies and cost savings proposed within the relocation of multiple departments. Also important to note, this deck is sort of separated with a slide header. Those slide headers are in reference to the facilities use rubric. So you'll see first we're going to tackle education programming. We'll talk about shared use, cost analysis, condition of the facilities, and we'll end with community input. But I am going to turn it over to our resident special education expert, Dr. Brooke Williams, and she's going to share a little bit more about what is Level D education programming and how can we provide even more excellent services to our current students. Good evening. So what is Level D programming? I kind of wanted to go into that just a little bit before we get into the proposal, just so everyone has a common understanding. So a Level D school in Arizona is a specialized program setting for students whose primary disability cannot be met at a comprehensive campus. So these are often students with cognitive, behavioral, medical, developmental disabilities that require smaller class size settings. Typically, they feature lower class ratios, higher supports for students through BCBAs, other behavioral needs, functional behavior analysis, those types of things. Placement decisions into Level D schools, they are not choice schools. They are not parentally placed private schools. They are school-based settings where we have students whose needs, again, cannot be met at a comprehensive campus. These decisions are made by an IEP team only and not by a request. I gotta press the button. Yep, I got it. So when we're talking about Level D, I just wanted to talk about the other levels of service that we offer in SUSD just for a common understanding. So Level A, or a Code A, is students who are in a general education classroom for 80% or more of the day. When we use that Level B code, it's students that are in a regular classroom 79%, less than 79% of the day, but more than 40%. Level C is for students that spend the majority of their time more than 80% of their time, or sorry, not less than 40% of their time in a specialized program. And then those Level D students are served in a different campus, usually off of a comprehensive campus or separated in some way from other students in a general population campus. So these are just our current realities around Level D programming. We have 38 SUSD students being served in Level D program services across the Valley, really. Different programs are in different locations. We spend over $2.7 million. That's the cost just for this year's tuition costs for students that are in Level D programming. About $1.5 million comes from M&O monies, and $1.3 comes from our IDEA grant funds. So these are just some of the benefits of reopening Pima as a Level D program. So it allows us to maximize our facility utilization. So using a campus that we have made the decision to repurpose and allowing students that actually reside in SUSD, our SUSD students, to come back to our campus. Cost efficiency and sustainability, it would redirect funds that we pay out into tuition back to SUSD employees and SUSD schools. And improved access and quality for students. Right now, these students are accessing their education outside of SUSD. We have very little control over what that education looks like. While we're part of those IEP teams, we are not the staff at those schools and thusly can't optimize opportunities for students ourselves. And it has an enhanced capacity for our district-wide services. So there's an opportunity to look at relocating special education staff and special education materials to Pima, where we'd be able to better utilize those resources. This is a proposed timeline of events. So we are here kind of in phase 1, proposing this to you guys and what a level D might look like. We have received input from staff. We've received input from small group meetings within the district. And we'd be looking at next creating a transition team that included staff members, parents, community members to look at what does this look like as we move forward. Into phase 2, we'd start looking at program design, finalizing what grade levels we will serve, what student populations we will bring back to our level D here. We would look at staff pathways, so how do we attract and retain staff for this type of programming? How do we advertise to those people? And then community engagement. How do we start to have conversations with families that are at level D programming so that we can understand what it is that they're needing or what we can provide better for them in Scottsdale? Phase 3 would be our transition. This is when we'd start to have meetings with families to determine what services we need to move, a transition for those students from the current level D programming into their new level D programming. We would look at community, having conversations with the community, look at kind of some rebranding, what is that gonna look like, what would we call it? And then we would look at training and readiness for staff. So as we bring staff in to teach at a level D, we would need to look at what trainings and what supports do they have or what do they need moving forward. And then phase 4 would be opening and evaluation. So opening the school for the 26-27 school year, and then continuing to reevaluate the program, looking at what does it need, what things can we improve, what other resources can we provide to students. This is some shared use opportunities. Next slide. Yep. Dr. Williams is going to share a little bit more about this slide, but because shared use opportunities is part of the facility use rubric, we wanted to talk about the options that this would provide for Pima, but we also wanted to just share what our proportional share obligation is with any private school, profit or nonprofit that resides in Scottsdale Unified School District. So no matter what, there is an obligation from Scottsdale Unified School District for any schools that reside within our boundaries. And I'll let Dr. Williams talk a little bit more about what that currently looks like. So proportionate share obligation is for our parentally placed private school. So I said that a level D is not a choice, it's an IEP team decision. Parents can also choose to privately place their students into different private schools. Those private schools fall into 2 categories. So you've got your nonprofit schools and your for-profit schools. There are different rules when it comes to those. So for our nonprofit schools, any nonprofit school that's in the SUSD boundaries, it's our obligation under Child Find to evaluate those students and provide individual service plans for those students. So not an IEP, but we would provide services for those students that are in those private schools. So any student that's in a school within our boundary, regardless of where the parents live, that's our obligation if it is a nonprofit school. For-profit schools, our obligation is only to the students who reside in SUSD. So regardless of where that for-profit school is, if the parents reside in Scottsdale, that proportionate share obligation comes back to us. So whether that school is in Scottsdale or in Phoenix or in Tempe, those students would be our responsibility if they reside in our school district. On the right side is just our current reality. Those are the number of private schools we have within our boundary. We have 22. Half of them are nonprofit, half of them are for-profit. And then those are the evaluations that we did last year. So you can see the number of evaluations we did for students at those private schools. And there's different numbers for the different schools.
I think I need excuse me, I think I need a little bit of help following this. So there's 38 SUSD students who are, were attending SUSD, went through the IEP process and got placed.
Correct.
You're saying in addition to that, there is a population of students who you know, as you described it, either attend a nonprofit school in our district or live in our district and attend a for-profit school anywhere.
Yep, yep.
And, sorry, can you complete that? So, and if they are deemed needing level D services, the district
If
is
they
also paying for them, or?
No.
No, okay.
No. They are our obligation when it comes to child find procedures. So should the school or a parent determine that the student might need an evaluation for special education services within any of those LRE settings, it's our obligation to evaluate that student and to potentially provide them with what we call an individual service plan, which means we provide whatever services they need.
So
if
the
they-
cost to the district isn't
The tuition.
the tuition,
Correct.
it's just the cost of doing evaluation and so on.
And doing the services. Yep.
And so then how does that relate to all of this? If Pima has a level D program,
This is just for shared use of facilities. So we wanted to give this opportunity out there that these are some things that we do besides hosting a level D.
just so we know
It
what the
impacts our-
group
It
does.
impacts our budget.
Okay, but this is not necessarily untapped market that we could direct, I mean, presumably,
Right,
these are
it's-
people that could get a brochure to go
Absolutely.
to
They-
Pima for level D. But
They,
beyond that,
and
it's,
the reason that we brought this forward, also to Ms. Carney's point around co-locating potentially at Pima, let's say a level D program, if we were to co-locate with another for-profit or nonprofit, we still have financial obligations to the children in those schools, regardless of the lease, the school that's operating, that would be outside. So our purpose of bringing what the shared use and the obligations are is because in some of the Pima proposals, but also with ECHO, any private, that's for-profit or not-for-profit, we also would have financial obligations. So any sort
okay,
of
so what you're
shared use.
saying is hypothetically, if one of the leases of Echo came from outside of the current SUSD boundary, we need to factor into the cost equation the fact that we are then taking on the responsibility to do evaluations for them. But at
Because
least,
they're in our residency.
but they generally all already are in Scottsdale. I don't know if that's really relevant, but, right, Jones Gordon is
So,
already
for
in
example, if
SUSD.
Jones Gordon were to move or relocate to ECHO, we currently, in the past year, evaluated 27 of those students. Should they expand, we would anticipate being obligated for the continued
Okay.
evaluation of
Fair
all
enough,
of
if
those
they were to
students.
expand. Okay.
Should, let's say, for example, a Polaris move into ECHO or co-locate with us at Pima, regardless of what we were doing with a level D program in our own special education services, we would also be obligated financially to
Got it.
support the evaluation
Got
of
it, got it,
those.
got
And
it.
so that's really when we talk about shared use. It may be my decision to complicate it, unfortunately, but we wanted just to offer that as, because we are entertaining options to share or co-locate, we just always have obligations for child find and special education procedures for children, regardless really if they attend our schools.
And how
or
much
do
more
not.
money do we get for doing those evaluations? Okay, just making sure, yeah.
On the proportional share, the evaluations we do, those students may or may not be level D. Is that true? Could they be level C or B
They
or?
could be any of the levels.
Okay,
Any of the
so level D is separate from proportional share as far as?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to ask a question. If we became the attractive Level D Support Service Center and we collected tuition from neighboring districts at the amount, I think we're at $71,000 a year per student-ish.
That is an option, right here. Yeah, spoiler alert, absolutely. And so that potential shared use opportunities would be that after the establishment of our program, we do know that local school districts across the valley are interested in partnering together to place students into each other's different programs. Right now, and we'll get to cost analysis in a few moments, each one of the public school districts is experiencing some steep price increases that are sort of
But we have the volume, we
random
might have the volume
and,
to handle it.
quick.
Okay.
And so that will come in, but that would be one of the future opportunities. So for instance, if any of the local, if we did a agreement with any of our local public schools, they could place their children in our Level D programs for a tuition. And so that would be over time, another area in which we could generate revenue.
So just to stay with that, you would not propose doing that for 2026, 27?
We
You would propose starting with just,
We would propose starting with our 38 students, knowing how those 38 students sort out over the K-12 grade bands and what their different needs are. It may be that we might open to K-2 level D placements for a specific type of child. I think we would want to be really measured about it because these are some of our most vulnerable children. We would want to make sure that we have the staff, we have really established a quality program before also committing to inviting others.
and we're able to set the tuition for level D? It's more like early learning centers where it's more of a,
We would be able to develop our own rate sheet. We would bring that forward for approval and conversation. But yes, we would be able to do a tuition rate sheet. What currently are private placements, we will have a tuition. Also, you could pay for a private care nurse. There's different sort of services that are
Okay.
broken down. And yes, we would develop
we
our
have
own.
flexibility under state law to
Yep,
do
and
that.
we've done some rough mock-ups of those based on the current tuition charges that we are experiencing right now.
Jennifer, I'm sorry, I just want to throw you in here for a minute.
Pop away.
Any guidance as you're listening to these ideas of IGAs with shared districts for?
Madam President, members of the governing board, this is an awesome undertaking if you move through it. These are very vulnerable students with high needs. So I don't have any legal recommendations regarding this. All of this is possible on the campus, both I have seen and
From a business perspective.
authored documentation to allow for the intergovernmental agreements between school districts to serve these students. One is out in Buckeye that operates and does receive tuition for those students. There's others around the valley. So that is certainly an option, as well as the private leasing. And so it's an awesome undertaking.
Can I just ask two quick
Absolutely.
questions? To the extent that 1.3 of the 2.8 comes out of IDEA, I forget how flexible IDEA is relative to M&O. Would we have the ability to charge IDEA tuition, so to speak,
What would happen?
in order to maximize the M&O
Yeah.
revenues? Like, if right now we're not fully getting it from,
Yeah,
Yeah.
if I understand your question correctly, and I may not, our IDA dollars wouldn't necessarily go towards this. Our IDA dollars are for above and beyond. Other people, though, would be able to use their IDEA dollars in order to tuition out students to us. So should another district tuition their student to us, they could use their IDEA dollars to do that because IDEA dollars are for above and beyond services.
Plus, we would get B-weight money.
so, okay.
The B-weight is the IDA dollars.
B-weight is federal, not state?
Would that be a cash
Hang on,
account for us?
Shannon.
Where-
Yeah, I guess it's probably,
So if a school district were to send a student to our district, that money would not go into IDEA. It would go into a different, yeah, okay. Group B weight is different, and I don't think with an IGA like that, we would be counting those students as part of our ADM. We would be collecting tuition for them. So we wouldn't be able to like double dip.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
source would be coming from the other district.
Yeah.
Got it.
So Shannon, where would it go on our side? Is it a cash account like community ed? Is it?
It wouldn't be community, I'm sorry, I would have to research the exact where that would go, but it would not be.
Would it be like that? Would it be a separate cash
Yeah,
account?
it would be like a
that?
separate account to be able to track that.
Okay.
yeah, the spirit of the idea question is, would we, in essence, be walking away from 1.3 million of funding because we now have an internal
No.
provider? And
Yeah.
so, okay.
No, we don't get funded for those students that way. We get funded for them being our students.
And then the last question, which I think really matters a lot, we would be disrupting all 38 families and redirecting them from current care plans, I don't know what the right term is, educational plans, to PIMA, and we have the right to say, now that we have a in-district offering, I'm sorry, you need to go to that in-district offering, and it'll be great, and you should be very happy about that. But still, to the extent that these are vulnerable
They are.
kids
They
and
are.
families, in effect, we're not going to ask them, in order for this to make financial sense, I understand, we are going to be requiring them to leave whatever provider they're getting now. And we have the authority to do that.
So, yes, we do. So the PEA is the one who determines the location of services. So legally, we determine where the student attends level D programming. That being said, they are the most vulnerable students, and in the proposal for a timeline, we would start to have conversations with families. I've visited every single one of our level D programming, and while they are great facilities, I think we can offer more when it comes to what a campus looks like. Many of the facilities for level D programming are in a warehouse or in a office building. So having a campus where kids can go, I think would be very attractive to families. Again, we would start those conversations with families early and often to start to say, what is it that you need here in order to bring your students here? And what can we provide? Will every single student come back at the same time? Maybe, maybe not. Again, those would be individualized conversations, but we would mock up different options of what that looks like for financial feasibility.
Thank you for being patient with all my questions.
Yep.
This is the third time you've called me that.
I know, well, I'm, got the knee
Okay.
thing going, I'm
I know
blaming the
you do.
knee.
I'm going to forgive you. I'm going to forgive you, but I'm just calling it out now 3 times. Okay. That's why I said something. Just a question on that. So families will have the choice to, if they want to stay in their programming or not?
It will be an IEP conversation. And so ultimately, SUSD has the authority to say, this is your offer of FAPE. This is your location of service. But that being said, it would be individualized conversations. I've worked with I've worked with directors across the valley as well as our legal counsel to have conversations about what does this look like when other districts have done it. And usually there's a handful of students or families that say, please don't disrupt my child. I've got an 11th grader or a 12th grader who's been at this school forever, right? We would have those individual conversations, but the majority of families want to be back in their neighborhood. They don't want their child to travel to Tempe or different places to go to school. They want them to be here.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're good. I just also want to point out that in addition to tuition-based programming for other districts, we also would want to set aside some space at PIMA. Something we know that many of the families in Level D programming access regularly is clinical therapy. And so there would be an opportunity for us in PIMA to reserve some, what would be like clinical office spaces. To lease to private clinicians who would be able to provide ABA services or other clinical services that we know our Level D students and some of our current special education students and all students, some leave school early to access some of this clinical support. And so potentially being able to lease office space to clinical providers could also elevate services for those families.
Your creativity in this whole approach has been outstanding. Thank you very much for coming to us with big thinking.
You're very welcome.
Oh, I have more. I didn't-
Yeah,
We're not done with the presentation.
Oh, are we not?
No.
Is there more?
There's a little bit more.
I kept saying,
know,
are
I'm
we
sorry.
good?
No.
I'm blaming the knee.
There's a little bit more. So I'll talk just a little bit about other additional efficiencies related to the relocation. Part of this proposal also includes the relocation of food nutrition services from Oak campus, along with a music instrument and sheet music library. Those are two really well-oiled machines running out of Oak, but there are some superior facilities for both of those programs at PIMA, both the turnaround in the back where catering could run, an upgraded kitchen. And so that would be an opportunity also to offset some of the costs while also still providing the gym for kids, the cafeteria for eating, those types of things. Like Dr. Williams mentioned, we would relocate staff. We have special education staff throughout the district in some at the annex, some at MDA. We would really locate everybody centrally together and also be able to maximize our staff, our resources, and our materials. I'm going to let Dr. Williams talk a little bit about cost analysis. We don't have to spend a lot of time here, but I know that the financials are really important, and so we wanted just to spend a little bit of time talking about that.
So these are our Level D tuition costs over the past 5 years. You can see M&O and IDEA, the cost kind of breakdown of who covered what. Medicaid also covers some of that. You can see over the years that IDEA was just, it was unsustainable for IDEA to cover the cost of all tuition. When we look back over those 5 years, the number of students that we had in private or in level D placement has really not changed. We sit typically between 35 and 45 kids, and that's been pretty consistent over the past 5 years. So these increases in tuition are not due to us placing more students. This is truly due to the increased costs that the level D programs are charging us. We did an analysis over the past couple of years. Some of the tuition, and it's on this next cost, in this next slide, went up 12%. 12% in 1 year sometimes. There are related services that went up 100% or 200%. They doubled the cost from 1 year to the next because they have the ability to do that. So our costs are really unpredictable when it comes to placing kids in level D programming, which is one of the benefits of bringing our students back to SUSD. We'd have the ability to kind of control some of those costs.
Yeah, on the cost side, and this might be for Mr. Roller as well, is there a investment? Do we, like in the tenant improvement side, do we have to do, what kind of change do we have to do to make this compatible? What's their cost investment to get us to offer this?
We did have the opportunity with Mr. Rayler to walk the facility and talk a little bit of that through, so he knew he'd be our phone a friend.
Thanks.
Good evening. The investment, I believe, would be fairly minimal. The campus is in great shape. The way the classroom building is built in an H style could easily be subdivided with minimal cost. So I really don't see that there's a huge expense doing a TI on that campus.
For level D students, did they have any special needs facility-wise that might, that's what I was thinking more of layout. Like if it was a medical facility, there's a lot of requirements. Are there similar ones here?
In walking through the facility, it looks like the needs could be met there. There may be a few minimal, we may need to make some smaller spaces out of a larger space for kids that need a smaller area for safety or for whatever reason, but they truly would be pretty minimal.
And physical separation of, if catering is there, I'm trying to think of the couple times I've been to Pima, it works out well that there's a separation of space and safety?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that is just the condition of the facilities. They really are in great shape. They offer a real campus-like feel. When we considered our older kids, there's a really cool space out back where we could envision high school students having some level of freedom, but also in their smaller playground for younger kids. It's also an enclosed, very appropriate playground that would support students. What we know now is Pima also serves a number of our specialized programs, and so some of that equipment, while it will travel to the new program placements, those classrooms have been outfitted for some of those types of things before. So you think about swings, relax rooms, those types of things already are also in existence at Pima. I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about community input. We heard a lot from the Pima community throughout the repurposing, and our next steps after this would also be to get back in touch with our Pima community and their families in Level D programming. I did have the opportunity throughout the Pima repurposing and closure. We received 63 different Let's Talks that really outlined conversations around Pima. I was able to synthesize those, and there were some prevailing themes that came through from the Pima community about what they wanted. The first and foremost, it was really to keep it as a school. They want some level of school. You'll see that in number 1, but also in number 5, a real strong opposition to selling or turning it into commercial or dense redevelopment. There was also a strong desire to use it as a community hub. That's where we see the opportunity with Food Nutrition Service there, doing a lot of our summer feeding. We partner with the city of Scottsdale around a lot of community services, and we would be able to retain that at Pima. There was also some interest in those Let's Talks from the family about a potential STEM magnet school with proximity to Navajo as a STEAM school. school. That consideration wasn't further explored. But we did want to make sure we considered the feedback we were able to hear throughout the whole PIMA process around what they want in that community. And we're trying to honor that. Our next step would be to take this proposal to some community conversations with the PIMA community, because we know that through some of those dialogues, there was also, tell us more about what is a level D school, what will this really mean? And so having the opportunity to meet with the community and talk about retaining this school as a school serving Scottsdale Unified students, and understanding best what will help the community feel great about that is a priority for us as well. That's all, folks, I think. But if you have any questions, please don't hesitate.
Go ahead. Ms. Cardy.
There you go. Thank you. We're going to work on it. Thank you. I just have a few questions. Once again, I don't think we've seen the rubric, the decision-making rubric. So has that been done or not on this PIMA repurposing?
Well, I used the criteria of the rubric and the language, but I can put together the red, yellow, green. Through the development of the proposal, I used the rubric in order to assure that each one of the sections maximized the rubric language in the green sections. But I'm happy to put that together in a one-page, similar to in the style that Mr. Rayler's preparing for the other proposals.
Okay, that'd be great to keep it uniform. That'd be great. Then I have, did you look at all or consider moving community ed to PIMA?
We didn't personally explore moving and relocating community ed to PIMA, partially because relocating special education and potentially support services, those are very large teams, and we did want to hold space aside for potential future leasing to clinicians. And so to move community ed and the rest of Oak with food nutrition and special education, it starts to be a pretty heavy staff central point, which is a benefit, but would also reduce the opportunity to potentially engage in shared use opportunities in the future.
Okay, so if special ed and support services moves over to PIMA, we would have possible space at MDA for community ed.
Potentially, I don't want to misspeak, but with the potential of Main Street, there would also be a desire to relocate Main Street staff to the MDA. And so I don't know that we fully explored bringing all of Main Street and community ed to the MDA if there's adequate space for that. I'm not sure. I think part of, it's a little bit of a domino effect in terms of the amount of seats available at the MDA for the community ed department, something we can follow up on.
Yeah, I think it'd be good if we could just look at all options to see if there are other options or there's not. Did other education service providers show interest in PIMA and leasing, just like we saw?
There were other traditional charter schools that would have been true competition, unlike the Polaris and Jones Gordon, which are kind of niche market. There were some other regular charter schools that reached out initially, and I said I didn't think we were interested in bringing competition that was going to steal SUSD students. So I did not open the door for those.
Okay. And then I think lastly, I have I'm a little concerned with the K through 12 on one campus. Can you explain how that would work and be safe?
Yep. So in looking at the building at PIMA, the way that the building is set up, we'd be able to have double doors put in so that there would be no movement from one side to the other. We would have K-8 students together, and then we would have 9-12 students in a separate area.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. They wouldn't have shared like recess areas, so it would kind of be two schools in one building.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so very much. Well done. Appreciate it. All right, we'll move on to first read of Governing Board Policy JLDAB regarding referrals to other agencies. Jennifer McClellan.
Madam President, members of the Governing Board, tonight before you first read is a new policy to the district, Governing Board Policy JLDAB. This is a policy that is put forward by ASBA if the school district wants to make referrals to other agencies. So the policy is before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions about it. This is work that Dr. Sakos did to bring this forward to you so that the district would have an option to make these referrals to parents. Parents would have to both opt in to getting the referral, and then if the referral was made, the district would not have any follow-up or obligation with respect to the services obtained by the student, which would also be based on parental consent. However, the district would be responsible for conducting a survey regarding that referral, as well as posting a list of the behavioral health services provider who would be available. So this is basically an ability for you to make school-based referrals for behavioral health services for your students.
Go ahead, Ms. Carney.
Thank you. I just have a question on this. Would this be piled into the list of things for parents to check off online at the beginning of the school year? Or would this become in paper form, or how would parents be given this?
So one of the ways, thank you, Ms. Carney, one of the ways that it would be put out to parents with that they would have to opt into it. So that would be a consent for them to opt into receiving a behavioral health referral. And that would, I would assume, be done through the Parent Square push-outs that you do to obtain consent for other things. That's the first. But as far as where the listing of the behavioral health referrals would be, I think that's open for discussion. So I would imagine, and it is required to be on the school's website, but it could also be made available through the teams that work with your high-needs students, such as your 504 teams, your IDEA teams, or your school administrators.
Okay, I think my concern is just piling another thing on to the beginning of school. I forgot what this is, what's this called? The
Yeah,
beginning
when
of
you're
school
doing your initial
paperwork.
registration and you're opting in for all those things, it's a
Yeah.
lot of information.
It's a lot of information.
I would envision, I mean, well, you could have it there, and I get that that can be overwhelming. I also can envision a situation where a counselor, a social worker, or an administrator has a parent saying, you know, I just don't know where to go. And they could have the opt-in form available where we would then, if they signed it, be able to give them that referral. And so I think there are ways to do it based on as needs emerge, in addition to, you know, making it available generally.
Mr. Sharkey?
Just for my edification, is this a medical referral the same way a general practitioner would refer a patient to a specialist? Is it that same kind of referral? I just want to make sure I understand.
Madam President, Mr. Sharkey, so this is based upon something was called Jake's Law that was enacted in 2020. There's a pot of money that was set aside to make sure that the behavioral health needs of students were not denied, but it is based upon a school-based referral, that they can have access to those funds, is my understanding. So it certainly is not a medical referral. It is just a process by which a school district can refer, and the student would have access to those state funds.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McLennan. Now we're moving on to G, first read revisions to Governing Board Policy IKF regarding graduation requirements.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Governing Board. So I've worked with Dr. Jagodinsky, and she has worked with your high school planning guide to create a revised policy IKF. Your existing policy is out of date. So what we've done is put in specifically and I believe what's pulled up currently is the old policy or your existing policy. We have in the background material for this agenda item 4 items. We have your existing policy, a black-lined version, a new clean version, and ASBA's policy update. What I would recommend that we do, because the black-lined version is difficult to read, given that so much of it is being struck out, is that for the second read, I bring forward to you just a clean version of what I would suggest that the governing board adopt with respect to IKF. But the cleanups include, for instance, right up on the screen, it talks about the graduation requirements for classes that graduated almost 15 years ago now. So a lot of cleanup changes. The important pieces to note from your school district perspective is that we have specifically delineated which 22 units need to be obtained by a student before graduating. We've also spelled out the different the different seals that you all can opt into at the end of the policy. So I'm happy to try to find one that has we don't have, here we go. This is the black-lined version that would show the marked up changes. And I'm happy to review them with him. There were also changes that have been suggested and incorporated relating to your obligations to foster care youth, as well as making sure that you inform special education students of the projected date of their graduations. Removal of Ames references.
Ms. McLennan, in your opinion, I appreciate it's just cleanup. Is there anything controversial or substantive other than just catch up and clean up?
Madam President, Mr. Sharkey, I do not think there is anything substantive other than catch up and clean up with respect to this policy. It's just bringing it into the 21st century.
Thank you.
So, yeah. And it has gone through your high school planning guide, so.
Any further questions? Ms. Warner, or just pausing for you?
Thank you, I don't.
You good? Okay, everybody good?
With your permission for second read on this particular policy, I'm just going to bring back a clean version so you can just read what your policy would be.
We're good with that, and we have access if we need the old one. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call a 6-minute recess, and we will resume action items for 10 upon our return. Just a quick recess.
Thank you. What I wonder is, do we need Christine to present that whole slide deck that she did on at the hearing?
I'm going to gavel in about 15 seconds.
She's going to put up the map and invite Q&A.
Got it. All right, we're back. This meeting is called back into order. We are now on 10 action items for board action required. We had an attendance boundary session before, and I know Dr. Bono is now here to help us just revisit the map and maybe give us a brief summary update to get us ready for action. Because we have a couple items I know that will require more in-depth discussion.
Absolutely. Thank
Okay.
you, President Dr. Lewis and Governing Board. So what you have in front of you, you should have the paper copies. I know I gave them to you last time, but wanted to cast a wide net in case you forgot them this time. So on the map here, you will see this is the current Pima boundary at our last meeting. We went through the options, the process, the board policy that regulates this for our reboundering. So this is the current Pima boundary and the zones in each of the grids that's correlated to the map. Based on the option that we are recommending, which was 3A, that would align the current Pima boundary between Hohokam and Yavapai and maintain the boundaries within the Coronado learning community. You have in front of you the current, you had the current Pima boundary on that first page. This would be the new Hohokam boundary and the new Yavapai boundary. Just very briefly, as we reviewed at our public hearing, 3A would rezone 75 currently zoned Pima students to Hohokam and 60 to Yavapai, while still allowing for growth. Families choosing to enroll outside of the Coronado learning community would still receive, who currently attend Pima, would still receive priority enrollment. Currently, there are 73 kids who are zoned for Pima who have not yet enrolled, and when we get the feedback, they are waiting for the outcome of this process. And then just our next steps here, and then we can get to questions. As Mrs. Mitchell indicated in the concierge update, once the board does approve a recommendation, families will receive information on next steps and kind of get them tucked in where they need to be. What questions might you have?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Warner.
Thank you. Were there committee members or community members who contributed input during these committee meetings? And was that, if so, was it considered?
Yes, thank you, Governing Board Warner. During our committee meetings, just to refresh, we had 3 members who had signed up who were parents. They didn't sign up to be parents. They were parents who signed up for the committee. And one of our members, after looking at our options, so just very quickly, there were 6 options that you reviewed at the public hearing. Previously, there was an option 2 and an option 2B. As a result of our first committee meeting, we created a new option, option 2C, which took some of that northern boundary and redistributed it to Navajo. And through the process of consensus, not everyone was in agreement to move forward with 3A, but the majority of folks in our committee were comfortable moving forward with 3A, which is this proposal.
That's really interesting because all of the families that I spoke with at Pima would have opted for a different choice, but thank you for your answers.
Thank you. Yes, and previous to the public hearing, all the feedback we received, whether through email or through Let's Talks, what was about maintaining the Coronado complex. After the hearing, I think we've received, it's probably 60-40, where 60% have asked, could we explore Navajo, or families who have said, we live in the Pima boundary, we go to Pueblo, can we explore being rebounded to Pueblo? Pueblo is a non-boundary school, but we did receive feedback in favor of maintaining the Coronado complex.
If you could provide the board with all the Let's Talk for that, that'd be great.
Absolutely, thank you.
Dr. Patensky?
So I've thought a lot about this. It's obviously one of the big responsibilities that follows the original decision. And it seems to me there's sort of two things that are a little bit in tension. So on the one hand, if we don't move forward with keeping Pima largely within Coronado, I know that we will hear from families who view that as ultimately, for lack of a better term, the death knell of the Coronado learning community. See, we knew it all along. You've been out to get Coronado. If we do have to ultimately close another school in the Coronado learning community, then it was just sort of preordained by the decision to district, Pima the way that we did. Alternatively, we also know, and I think, not just from the Let's Talk, but from the actual revealed behavior of families at Pima, that generally they are choosing to go into the saguaro. And that the preferences of the families, when you include families who already made the choice to go, is largely in that direction. And so to stay within the Coronado district is basically to say to families some version of, sorry, what your preferences are, we have district needs and, for lack of a better term, social engineering that we're trying to accomplish. Now, in either case, you can always choose either. So the good news is families do ultimately have the choice. When you balance those two, I feel pretty strongly that we should respect the preferences of parents. First, more families in Pima live closer ultimately to the saguaro learning community and options. Second, they are by and large choosing that. And so if there's an opportunity, even though it comes with a cost, for us to make that revealed preference policy and get a little bit of lemonade out of the lemons, I think there's virtue to that. And while it may seem like we're benefiting the Coronado community to zone that way, it's a little bit of a phantom victory because families are going to choose what they're going to choose. So if we do it, then it's almost sort of the worst of both worlds if families then largely go elsewhere, right? All we've managed to do is just put the cost of transportation on the families. So that's kind of where my head is. So my question, there is a question, is given that, which option do you believe is the one that closely matches a view that we should optimize for supporting Pima family preference for the saguaro learning community?
Thank you, Dr. Batinsky. So very quickly, circling back, right now we have just about 115 families who live within the Coronado complex who choose to stay in there. So if we were to go with a different option, and the 112 are the families that are in that northern part that we've been referring to, kind of the Navajo of it all, they would now be impacted. They've chosen Coronado, they would be impacted that way. I am going to stand by the recommendation of the majority of the committee, the community members. We had a couple here that were on the committee who were, oh, thank you, from our, communities around that boundary that I'm still going to advise or request. We recommend that. I can absolutely see all sides of it, especially for the families who say, our parents on our committee, as a matter of fact, the three who live in Pima, all three, their kids have gone to Mojave. They were already going to Mojave. With Pima being repurposed, they're going to Navajo. So I can definitely appreciate that. For the families who say, we're going to go there anyway, it would be great for a bus. We did talk about the cost of the transportation, adding that being a little bit cost prohibitive. But I'm still going to stand by the recommendation to maintain the Coronado boundary. To your point, knowing that, like right now, there are 50 students who are zoned for Pima who have chosen Navajo for next year.
But my question is, which is the option, if you feel the way I do, that matches that preference?
I don't feel the way you do, so I don't know how I can answer that.
Which is the one that puts most Pima kids going to
the backup
saguaro?
option. The backup option
Yes,
we
that's what he's
talked about.
asking
I
about.
apologize. The backup option that we discussed at the hearing was option 3 or 2B.
Thank you.
Which would be taking 12. Let me go back to this.
It's not a leading question. I generally got confused with all the 2As, Bs, 3As.
So right
3Bs.
here, 12A, B, C, and D would be, and I don't have the map for 2B in front of me, that would be, Cindy, am I remembering that 12A, B, C, and D would now be zoned to Navajo? Yeah.
So option 2B is the one that would largely, if not entirely, put Pima into the Saguaro learning community.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah, out of those 4. So if you look right here.
And 3A puts some of Pima into the Saguaro learning community and most of Pima in Coronado.
Nope,
or not at all.
3A. So 3A, the
Keeps
one
it
that
all
we're
in
coming, it
Coronado.
keeps it all in the Coronado
Okay, thank
complex.
you.
So if you look here at the
Thought I
current
read
Pima.
one that split them.
Yep, the current Pima, these 4 in the one that was like second place option would now be part of the Saguaro complex. That would also require rezoning the whole learning community for Saguaro as well, the whole complex. And now you can see here, 12A, B, C, and D are now zoned for Hohokam, which is part of those 75 students that would be zoned for Hohokam. We have currently, at last count, just about 30 students who live in the Pima boundary who have already registered for Hohokam. I don't know if they live in those 12 zones, if that would now be their home school.
Thank
I
you.
have a question, or I have a comment.
Yes.
So respectfully, the families that have chosen their school and have enrolled would not be affected because we have school choice within our district and they have chosen that school. So I am concerned with the conversation that you're having with us today, Ms. Bono.
Respectfully, Governing Board Member Warner, correct, to your point, they have choice. So if families are choosing, I think that's what you said, if they're choosing another option, with open enrollment, we have not, and we confirmed with Cindy, we have not turned any families away. So the piece is that transportation of it all, where families who have made that choice know perhaps with their zone, with their boundary school, transportation wouldn't be an option. So I'm not sure if we're saying different things. Perhaps we're saying the same thing, just depending on what side of the coin we're perhaps looking at.
I'm listening. I just didn't know if she wanted to respond to that. No?
I don't have anything else to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Carney?
Thank you. I'm 100% with Governing Board Member Patinsky in my thinking too. We've got policy around this, KCA, School Community Relations, says to determine how the community feels about the district and what it wishes the district to accomplish. Many things on that. Same with policy BA, that we are to operate in the best interest of students and families and our staff. And so I feel we owe our families new school boundaries and the transportation that are going to retain and bring us more students. I see transportation as a plus because charters and privates, they don't have that, right? That's one thing we have. That could actually bring more people to us. And that's what I've heard. I've heard from many parents and community members who are frustrated. They feel like everything is a predetermined outcome and their thoughts and desires don't matter. And I agree, they do matter. And this is a time, like you said, to make lemonade out of lemons. And yes, we would love to see the Coronado community thrive. I mean, but we need to be honest. I can't tell the numbers, like 68% to 80% are choosing open enrollment. And they are asking us for this. They're asking for transportation for their students. And I think that we should really take that seriously. And I would like to see us choose the boundaries that are either 2B or 2C.
Can I ask, do we have any insights on why they're choosing the Saguaro community?
What I've heard is just the perception of the middle schools as you move the two, and then that sort of feeds once you build a social life at the middle school.
So I look at this differently.
And the middle school leadership has changed. I want to acknowledge that.
So I look at this differently. I fully believe that if we choose an option that shuttles more students or incents them to go north, we are choking off the Coronado community. I think that is going to be a disservice to that community, and those are families that we need to think about as well. I would look at it this way. I've said before that with the cuts we need to make, this is not staying on the defense, this is going on the offense, and our offense would be, what is it about the Saguaro community that attracts those Pima families, and let's build that into the Coronado community. Let's do better there. Let's invest in that to make that a desirable community. I think if we don't do that, I think we are effectively saying we give up on the Coronado community, and I'm not going to do that.
I respectfully disagree, only because, again, families are already choosing not to go there. So it's not, and now a new set of families who previously didn't have to make the choice because of the school closure, now are being put in that position. So that's why I called it a little bit of a phantom victory, because I don't know that at the end of the day, the actual number of students who are going to say, oh, because that's where I'm zoned, therefore, even though I have concerns about whether it's, currently reflective of the reality or a lagging reputation, because I have concern about those schools, because I'm districted, I'm going to go there. I think what is more likely to happen is they still go to Saguaro, but now what we've just done is closed their school and shifted the cost of transportation for the incremental number of families that are doing it. And I also do agree with Governing Board Member Carney that it's possible there are families in that community who are out of district right now, who once it's zoned within a learning community, sorry, too many terms, within a learning community that they feel more comfortable with, would choose to come back into the district with transportation and so on. I don't know that to be true. I haven't looked at the data to see how many open and roll out of Pima. I don't know if that's a meaningful population. So I agree with you. That's why I prefaced the first part to say I know that I'm setting myself up to be accused of, making it even tougher for the Coronado learning community to thrive. Where I get comfortable is that at the end of the day, if the families aren't going to choose to go there, then I don't know. It's probably on the margins that this is really going to impact the Coronado learning community.
All right, and it's fair. I feel like it's incumbent upon us to figure out what makes one community more desirable over another and fix that problem on our side. That seems like something we ought to be doing. So I look at it as our parents vote, and that's good, that's a sign. And so I want to say, what could we be doing better to, have that vote change?
I also just want to, again, just remind, there are 115 kids who currently attend the Cornell complex who live within these 4 cells. If a different decision would be made, having to impact them.
Yeah, they wouldn't have transportation to Hohokam or to their school of choice with a change either, right?
Correct.
So it's,
It wouldn't just be
the impact
Yavapai.
goes both ways when you draw the boundaries differently. And I think that's part of the challenge when you're contemplating shrinking the footprint of the Coronado learning community, because that's ultimately de facto what we're doing here. We made the decision on the buildings and that we're going to be closed because of low enrollment. And then we're talking about, are we going to protect the integrity of the boundaries of the learning communities as they exist, or are we going to redraw those? If we redraw those, you just pick different groups of people who get transportation or don't. Because in an open choice environment, everybody can choose if they have the ability to get there. So the rate limiting factor is families who don't have the luxury of being able to transport their own child to a school of choice will go to the boundaried school unless there's something that's walkable that might be a competitor of ours. And so that's the question that I think comes into play here. Not so much how many have chosen Navajo, because already when we made the decision to bring forward Pima as one of the 2 schools to close, more students choiced out of Pima that were in boundary than students who chose Pima in boundary. And so it is a balancing act, and I do worry that if we redraw the boundaries and shrink the footprint, it makes it really hard to fill the other schools full and thriving. And that absolutely does potentially accelerate versus giving an opportunity for growth. Can't guarantee demographically where we'll be. I think that is an unknown, but we could make a commitment to attempt to, what Vice President Sharkey said, how do we invest in those schools to give the South Scottsdale schools the same kind of opportunity to thrive. And so ultimately, we'll implement what the governing board recommends, but the real delta here is who gets transportation and who doesn't.
And also, if I may, important to note, if those schools were zoned to Navajo, they would be reaching precipitously close to their capacity. It could also, and Dr. Williams brought up a good point at our committee hearing, it could impact the specialized programs that we offer at Navajo and potentially displace those families where now we have to move them from Navajo to accommodate the additional students that we are transporting as part of the zoning.
Yeah, and I'm very sympathetic about the notion that we're just shifting transportation costs from one group of families to another. Yeah, that's very compelling. Are the families that choose the Coronado community geographically, closer to the Coronado community, such that there's an option to split the Pima community in a way that optimizes for maintaining the parental choice and limiting as much as possible new transportation cost?
So I thought that there was an option that the committee
Correct.
looked at
Yeah, that's why I
that
got
was
confused.
even narrower
So
than
two-
this.
So 2B was the 2C was the most expansive. The 2B, and again, since this was just being recommended as 3A, I don't have all the maps. I'm happy to go get my computer and look at them. And you also, if you have your maps from our last meeting.
I do, actually.
So if you can look at 2B, and where it says where now 12A, 12B, 12C, and 12D would be zoned for. I believe there was one option where 2 of those were going somewhere, and the other 2 were going to Hohokam, and 2 were going to Navajo.
Yeah, it could just be I'm spatially challenged. I found it difficult. Like, they're all the same color, and.
Do you
so I
have,
don't-
may I approach to see your maps?
Am I
just-
your honor? Yes, you may
Well, I
approach the
don't-
bench.
Hey, it's late, everyone could be whoever they want.
And then related to that was to be developed in part to, were the choices of what went where in part informed by where families are going? Is that kind of the logic?
Yes.
North versus?
So using the software, it's where are they
West.
currently living? Who are they currently attending if they live? And remember, this was really about the 135
Yeah.
kids who are currently zoned for Pima. There's 144 that are open enrolled from outside the Pima area.
Yeah, they are.
So looking at 2B, thank you, Dr. Patinsky. In the option 2B, 12C, so if you look, I'm going to call your attention.
The top three on there, top 3 boxes.
So 12C
In
12.
2B, the top 3 boxes will go up.
to Hohokam.
Yeah, no, go up to Navajo.
Correct, so 12C, 12D, and 11D would go to Hohokam, and Navajo would then take 12A and 12B and 11B. So the top 3 would go to Navajo, and then these would go to Hohokam. That is option 2B. That's not the recommended option
No, I
this
understand.
evening. Yeah.
And does that reflect, obviously geographically, I see the logic. Does that also reflect where families tend to concentrate that are already choosing to go to Navajo versus choosing to go to Hohokam?
At our governing board member, Dr. Patinsky, at our last meeting at the hearing, I did go through if, at 2B, the one that I have here, at 2B, what the enrollment breakdown would be. If we have X number of kids who live within 12C, where they would now be zone 2. Again, as that was not a recommended option tonight, I don't have that right in front of me since we are recommending 3A. Happy to get that.
If you don't mind, I can weigh in just a little bit. What I find, and from my recollection, is that it's the families that are north of Thomas, south of Osborne, in the Pima neighborhood that typically we will see more often going to Navajo. Those south of Thomas, down Thomas to McDowell, and further all the way to McKellips, those are the families that you will see more likely still engaging in the Coronado learning community. What we found in looking at the different map boundary options as we were using the tool is you do start to see more of the movement of family choice really happening around that north of Thomas corridor.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mrs. Mitchell. My brain's
You're
a
welcome.
little.
Well, I live in that area,
little
so I
mushy.
really know that.
But yes, that was the dividing line, was that north and south of Thomas.
Well, I guess I'm going to listen for a motion. The typical motion would be to pass option 3A, but I'm hearing a morphing of that. Do you want to chime in, Dr. Menzel, and suggest something?
So you've heard the recommendation from the committee this evening. What I would recommend, if the board would like to move in a different recommendation than the committee, that we get some clear parameters and bring it back on March 10th so that you're actually seeing what you're approving versus approving something conceptually without actually seeing it. So if we're not going to adopt the recommendation, I think we just need directions for what you would like to see brought back on March 10th.
May I ask, Mrs. McLennan, if we were to do that, would we need another public hearing?
Madam President, members of the board, Ms. Bono, we do not.
Okay, thank you.
Since the public hearing was for the public, and this was really our opportunity as a board, I'm a little surprised that it's set up to only talk about the recommendation and not be set up to talk about the same set of options that the public was talked about. So, I mean, I don't mean that meanly. I'm just saying, I think I'm within my bounds to be at a point that is still one step prior to the recommendation, because this was our opportunity to debate these different directions. And we purposely didn't talk about it at the public hearing.
Oh, let's to Jennifer. Ms. McClellan?
Madam President, Dr. Patinsky, so we unfortunately, I think because of the size of our agenda, we are limiting ourselves with respect to discussion. The board's made many important points tonight. We certainly can go back into the meeting archives from the public hearing and pull up the maps so that you all can have a full and fair discussion about both 2B, 2C, and 3A. So, but that is an option tonight, or we can do as Dr. Menzel suggested and postpone it until March 10th. So
Yeah,
we can.
I can say I'm not prepared to vote for 3A without first exploring whether there's an option, whether it's exactly 2B or something else, that, for lack of a better term, splits the baby and tries to, support as many families that are already in the direction of Saguaro having that option, as well as, doing the same for families who are generally choosing Coronado. And I know that there will be families on both sides of that divide if it's Thomas or otherwise. So we could still vote on it, but I'm not ready to vote aye.
So what I'm hearing from the board members is that you need a motion to table.
Yep. Yeah, I'll make a motion to table. I'll make a motion to table this item until next meeting so that we can further review and discuss option 3A, 2B, and 2C. Do I have a second?
All right, we have a motion and a second on tabling and furthering our discussion on three of the options before us instead of one.
And if I may quickly just get clarification, happy to do a board memo that would kind of take all of the questions I've heard tonight and summarize it within the context of 3A,
In between.
2B, and 2C.
That would help us, I think.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed?
Nay.
Okay, it passes 4-1. All right. Thank you for your work on that. And thank you to the committee. We've reversed the next one, so we're going to start with item 10C, which is now the new 10B, selection of budget deficit reduction option and authorization for district administration to proceed with next steps to effectuate reductions. Dr. Menzel?
Dr. Cruz will lead the PowerPoint presentation before we enter into the questions and answer period.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm sorry to bring such a heavy topic to you so late in the evening. We are here to talk about some budget reduction options for you this evening. I did want to talk about some of our guiding principles that led us to these options for you. IBN has been working tirelessly on this, and you can see our guiding principles, right? Right off the bat, we want to protect student safety and well-being, minimize direct classroom and instructional impact, maintain compliance with state and federal requirements. We want to preserve our core, our special education and student support services. We also want to get to prioritizing long-term financial stability for full and thriving schools in Scottsdale. Again, just a word to recognize the IBN process. Our team has been working on this, I would say, really most of the year, but in earnest, specifically on budget options, since December. In earnest, we've come together multiple times to look at different options. After our governing board study session on the 20th, we came together again to create options 2 and 3 for your review this evening. I just want to say, just for a moment for our community, how did we get to this point that brings us to this very super difficult decision? We've had over 15 years of declining enrollment in the district that has gone truly not unaddressed, but not addressed in a global manner with a plan for the future. We've also looked at smaller amounts of our budget carry forward due to that loss of enrollment. We've had to use large amounts of district additional assistance, better known as DAA, moved into our maintenance and operations budget. And we've had some declining cash balances because we've been using those to fund positions as they were high for a number of years, and they have over time been used. So just a word again about the process. We began presenting information to the governing board and other stakeholders last fall. We captured information from many stakeholders in staff meetings, at the podium here in the governing board session. That's really what drove a lot of what we did. Also from staff that came in through email, and from community through email, and of course from our governing board. And we did utilize the interest-based negotiations process to collaboratively identify these reduction strategies. I did just want to summarize the options for the governing board tonight. Option 1 is no change from what was brought to the board on January 20th. We kept that status quo. Option 2 revises our guidance counselors' projected ratios from the current at 375 to 425 students to 1 counselor. It reflects a reduction in our security department overall to $250,000. It reduces middle school certified librarians, and it also puts a reduction on our instructional teacher leader program by an overall amount of $250,000. Option 3 maintains the cost reductions as projected in option 2. The only change would be that our guidance ratio would move to 400 students to 1. We also heard from the governing board on January 20th. You wanted us to go back and really dig deeper at the district level, so we did do that. We are bringing forth 5 district level positions that will be cut for a total savings of $334,731. We are not disclosing exactly what those positions are at this moment because some of those employees do not know about those cuts yet. Once we have delivered that information and have governing board action to support that, I am happy to get a full list of those positions to the governing board. And I'm standing for discussion and questions.
Mr. Sharkey?
So one thing I'd like to do is frame the options in terms of dollars. I want to make sure I think we're trying to solve a math problem here. And I want to make sure we're all working at the same one. It may not be. If we have different opinions, I'd like to make sure we're all thinking the same thing. If I can share a screen, I kind of put the numbers in a different format. So looking at the 3 options and all of the line items that we have.
I'll rely on IT to make that magic happen.
Got it. So first thing is going back to what we talked about. This, as I understand it, is our math problem, with the bottom line being the 3.6 million that we need to come up with. So this is with the salary increase. This is with the transfer from DAA of 5.4. So given that, the 3.6 is the target we have to hit. 3.7, thank you. Math. So given that, here are the three options, option 1, 2, and 3, with all the line items for each one. And on the right, if you total them up, you can see that it's a 4.48 million, a 4.33 million, a 4.23 million. Given our targets 3, 6, 8, 1, we see how much wiggle room there is for each one. So knowing that everything we have wiggle room, we can get that down further if we want to, but that might cause issues for next year. But the way I like to frame it, to make sure we're all talking the same thing, is are we looking at these three options and saying we need to get to 3.681 million in savings, and each of them gets us there with a little bit of extra on top? So Dr. Menzel, if you have any comments or anyone from the board, are we thinking this the same way? I want to make sure we're...
Where is this item? Was this emailed to us, or how are we getting this?
It's the same numbers you have.
Just a different way.
Just different look. It's the exact same numbers.
Okay, because I've never seen this.
It's the exact same numbers on this sheet we were all emailed.
Okay, I'm a little confused on why it's being presented differently right now.
To make sure we're all trying to solve the same problem.
You guys, I have no idea what you guys are looking at.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we have a board member that can't see this.
Okay. I could talk through it. We need to come up with $3.681 million in savings, given the options we have, unless there are other options being brought to the table.
Is this something we can email to Board Member Werner? I don't know if it's in a PDF form.
I can do it right now, sure.
That would be great, thank you.
Yep.
Because it's the savings that were identified in the three options in the Excel spreadsheet. So it's just putting it all in one slide so that you can see the delta between options 1, 2, and 3, reflecting some of the feedback that was given by the governing board in the discussion on January 20th. And
is Governing Board Member Sharkey correct that all three overshoot the target to a certain extent?
That is correct in the sense of for next year. So if you take the structural deficit for 2 years, part of the thinking was these are very difficult, painful conversations. Do we want to be back at this again next year, having the same difficult conversations?
So I'm happy to start.
Go ahead.
So I've said this before, I want to say it again. If this was a board of one person, which would be me in this scenario, I shouldn't say this lightly because it's very serious. I believe we should be closing more schools, operating a smaller footprint, so that every school we do operate is as fully resourced as possible, has better guidance counselor ratios than we have now, has teacher librarians, has a dedicated AP, has registered nurses. I think we need to shrink to grow, and if we want to counterposition to the other options that are available to families in Scottsdale, the way to do that is by playing to our strengths. And the fastest way to continue to decline in enrollments is to do what seems fair and spread pain and spread costs and slowly dilute the quality of the experience, which I think only tips. So for example, we have underutilized elementary schools and now potentially our high schools. I'm looking at you, I'm not directing this to you. You're just the poor person standing at the podium. We now have underutilized elementary schools. Those families understandably believe that the last option should be to close their school. It's really harsh to say I'm sorry, but actually that may not be the right way to think about it, because by choosing to continue to operate your school, now our high schools have an experience that is less than what we could have provided had we made a more difficult decision. So I'm just speaking to myself, I guess, in that sense. I'm only one board member of 5. I know we have phase 2 ahead of us, and that's going to be very emotionally challenging. But I want to continue to say that I believe we are not going far enough to reduce the number of sites sufficient to be able to resource the sites we operate at a level that is going to retain, let alone attract and grow families. So that's kind of principal one. Not surprising, given that is my view. I go pretty quickly to option 3 and would even go further and say, because I believe we need to consider a third school on top of the 2 that are in phase 2, while I understand that we're just pushing this down to next year, I would vote to maintain counselor ratios as they are now, eat into the cushion, and I would rather vote to close another school. Again, this sounds incredibly harsh. I don't mean it this way. You know, this is in a least bad option world, but if I was treating this as a business, in order to maintain the quality of what we're offering. And, you know, I feel terrible that that still means middle school teacher librarians. I feel terrible that that still means security. A lot of people are still affected in what I'm proposing. It is not, you know, I have been on the unpopular side of the room before. It is not just because of what the room said. I really do believe that a defining experience of high school students is that counselor relationship. I believe it's critical to enrollment. I believe it is critical to many of the outcomes that we care about. I can't pretend that 25 student ratio change is going to dramatically change the world. You know, I'm not, you know, in that sense. But as a point of principle, I believe that we should be pushing to find savings elsewhere, as opposed to creating stress at a ratio that I already believe is a competitive disadvantage to us when I talk to other families who have made the decision, you know, to go elsewhere. And especially, and finally, when we are making cuts in other areas of, for lack of a better term, social services, such that it becomes a compounding effect, like we're squeezing the balloon in on the counselor, and then the air goes in another direction, but we're squeezing that direction too, you know, through some of the support services and social work decisions we're making. So it makes, yeah, so for all of those reasons, I would support option 3 and would even go further and support an option 3, which defers the counselor ratio change in pursuit of a third school site closing, you know, or other considerations. My question then is, I know the timing of this is because we have to send out contracts.
Correct.
So, you know, so I don't want to defer this. I don't want to not leave tonight having made difficult decisions. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this question. If we were to ultimately, just as a thought experiment, if we were ultimately to decide that we do need to find that $360,000, and we were to find it in additional cuts to personnel, I should be asking this to you, cuts to personnel elsewhere in the district, we can still make this decision now and make those cuts later. That, sending someone a contract now does not preclude us from later deciding, I'm sorry, we've got budget emergencies and we have to make cuts. Does it?
Dr. Patinsky, no, it does not.
Okay.
Our dependencies are that we would need to have clear direction tonight. Would you like me to stop talking?
No,
Ms.
no,
McLennan?
you're right, Dr. Cruz. ARS 15544 would permit the governing board to do a reduction in force after contracts are issued. In my 35 years of practice, I've never had that happen. All reductions in force have always occurred before contracts are issued, because you would have well, Dr. Cruz is right that you could. If you issue the contracts and then you cut the position, you have the risk of a contract action.
Got it. Thank you. That's the question I wanted to answer.
There you go.
I was going to get there.
Okay. So trying to not make all the decisions tonight start to preclude the other ways in which we could get to that $360,000 after contracts are issued. But also to Governing Board Member Sharkey's point, you know, he didn't make this point, but as his illustration demonstrates, there is space to meet next year's fiscal budget and choose not to make that part of option 3 a reality. For all I know, other board members have a different thing that they're tweaking, but it's just, you know, asking in terms of my own
So I think that part is accurate. So you'd be getting closer to, you lose margin. But if you didn't do the counselor piece, the 359 still doesn't put you below the 37 from a mathematics
Simple math,
perspective. I think it's worth having conversations about the other things that have been identified on the conversation on the 20th. You brought up in particular the community specialists. And so are we disadvantaging the kids most in need by making that change, which is a $261,000 delta? I mean, so I think that's the conversation.
Absolutely. These are all least bad options. Someone else could have a different value. Every family matters. Every service matters. I've written this in my emails. If there wasn't a stakeholder group that was upset about us making a decision, then we've been spending money unwisely. I mean, I assume we're only doing things that have value and matter. You know, I would get comfortable with the decision because as important as these other roles are, the guidance counselors have such a multifaceted impact on their high schools. Not, you know, so, but that's me. Someone else may come to a different conclusion. Where my head is going into the discussion, I genuinely want to listen to my peers, is that we should be considering a third school closure in phase 2 or after phase 2. And we should limit as much as possible the cuts to the quality of the experience that attract families to our district and keep families in our district. And to me, the counselors are at the top of that list. So, but I could be convinced to vote for option 3. You know, I can't fall on my sword that 25 student ratio makes that difference. But I would like to strongly lobby my peers to eat into the cushion and give ourselves more time.
Ms. Carney?
Thank you, President Lewis. All right, I'm just going to speak my piece. So it's frustrating to me that there's a refusal to look at the overspending in the district departments. I can't wrap my head around why we are cutting positions that directly impact our students and our school sites while continuing to spend excess money on marketing companies, consultants. I will say it again. I've been speaking about this before I was even on the board. I see nothing about cutting from the $1.357 million marketing budget. Our last meeting, publicly, I asked a couple times for the board to receive a list of all the programs and positions that have been added since 2019, and we didn't receive that. So you got to ask yourself why. I also want to say that we are really fortunate in this district that our voters approve our overrides. If you go on the Arizona Auditor's website, you can see for fiscal year 2025, we got $36 million from our voters, and I don't think our voters are for this. I just, from what I hear and what I see and what I know, I don't see how they could be for this, yet they are investing, they have invested in our district, and I'm really disappointed that we are making these sweeping decisions for every school. We're full and thriving schools, they need and deserve these positions. And, I mean, instructional support specialists, these, you can go down the list, and they're vital positions. And I don't see how we continue to spend all this money on consultants and marketing companies, yet we're willing to cut vital positions. I just don't agree with it. I want to ask a question on how, let's go to the health assistant. I'm going to take one school, for example. I'm concerned that we're moving the Success and the K-2 ABC special education programs to Cherokee Elementary, and then we are trying to cut their health assistant, who is already really meaningful to that community, and they're going to need more support. So I'm just disappointed in this. I haven't seen, like I said, I don't know why I continue to ask for information and it's not brought, and nothing has changed. And I know we're to respect the IBN process. I respect that. I respect that there was different options being brought forward, but I just still don't think it's good enough. Thank you.
Ms. Warner, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, I want to thank the IBN team that had the burden of putting this together. And I want to apologize that you had to, because this has been going on for years of misspending and budgets that have come forward that have been recommended that were bloated with things that we weren't able to see. And I feel just like Board Member Palmer feels. And again, I'm just really sorry that we're in this position. I apologize to all of the people that we have met with and who are concerned about their jobs, because this is not how it should be.
Mr. Sharkey?
Ms. Carney, I really appreciate your point. Is there specifics that you can help bring forward? Because I'm with you. I would much rather cut and not have to touch these positions. I just don't know the detail. And I looked through the details that were sent to us and all the programs that were there. I'm just wondering, has there been conversation from a more surgical standpoint? Can that 1.3 come down to 1.1 and we could save a line on here? Have you had those conversations?
Well, did you hear me ask at our last meeting for the programs and positions that have been added since 2019?
Mm-hmm.
Did you receive that information?
I thought there was a B memo with that.
We did. No. I've been asking for where, I mean, I'm grateful that we came forward with some positions, but that's not even part of this, so that's on top of this.
No, it's included in here.
Oh, on your side maybe, but not,
It was in,
not on these. It says on the right, the position was
Correct.
not a part of
in the
Ms. Carney, it is
presentation.
not on our options
Right, it's not in
spreadsheet.
the
That is
options.
correct.
Right.
So respectfully, we've shown repeatedly in our budget workshops and all the rest, the 25.25 FTE cut from district office, the 1.4 million in savings. We've reduced the communications team by 3 or 3.5 FTE. We have, when you spend money, you talk about the contracts. The board has voted, not unanimously, but they voted to support Let's Talk and the two-way communication tool that we have. We spend money on Parent Square so that we can enhance communication with our parents. You've seen the entire expenditure budget for communications and haven't recommended what you think we should strike through, but those things that we've spent have been based on how we enhance communication and connection with our community. We've heard time and time again from the PEMA community, from the ECHO community, from the Phase 2 communities, we should be doing more marketing, not less marketing. We should be doing more. And yet you've said here at the board table we should be doing less. I don't think it's correct, and I want to challenge the misspending comment that was made, because that's not what's been reflected here. We had ESSER money that allowed us to pay for certain contracts. You could see tonight the evidence of the work of our team to have high-quality, guaranteed curriculum. And yes, we are blessed with a community that has supported Scottsdale Unified School District. But we have a state that does not support public education. It does not value the investment in public education. We have elected officials who don't care that the $1 billion have been redirected without transparency. And so we're forced to make these very difficult decisions, not because of any mismanagement here. And I will say that it was a governing board, not the IBN team, that added $1.4 million to our expenditures when we had 1% increase given when IBN was recommending 1%, and we added 1% to that. We knew that's a compounding impact. Those decisions impact the kinds of choices we now have to make. The decisions this board makes tonight will impact the decisions we make a year from now. That's the truth. And so we either do what Dr. Patinsky has suggested and go further in closing buildings, or we take the hard decisions now. But at the end of the day, you could choose not to give pay raises to our people, and you would have $3 million that you could lop off of this. You could protect the positions, but you wouldn't be able to give pay raises. There's always a trade-off here in the IBN process, which I am truly grateful. I look at the people who have put their necks on the line to say, how do we make these responsible recommendations? This is really hard. And if we're not going to be able to get support for those things, I don't know who's going to come to the table to make those decisions. I respect the challenge. I care about the people in the system. But this is not because we have ignored those other costs, and we continue to pursue those other costs. but everyone wants it to be done to someone else. We still have a lot of angst about the 2 schools that have been closed already. So I need to push back on the false narrative we've given information. Now, going back to every contract and every consultant since 2019 is more than 2 hours worth of work. I'm denying that request, even though it wasn't given in writing pursuant to board BCC. Until the board decides to vote to say we should spend time looking back 7 years, I think we need to talk about where we are and where we're going forward. That's a good use of our time. A 6-year, 7-year retrospective doesn't move us forward as a district.
Mr. Sharkey.
President Lewis.
I'm going to call Mr.
so-
Sharkey, and then I'll do Ms. Warner, and then.
Let her respond.
Okay, go
Actually,
ahead.
I'm sorry, I rebut on something that Scott just said. There was over $1 million spent on travel and conferences that was tucked into the budget where we were unable to see the compound effect of that. There were millions of dollars spent in contracts that board member Carney found. And so yes, there was misspending. And not one time up until September did we start having a conversation about this. So you're wrong, Scott.
I think it's important because for exactly the reasons Governing Board Member Carney mentioned, we go to the voters, we ask them to trust us, approve the budget. There is a big difference. Something is not a misspending because we don't agree with it, right? Misspending is we gave you money for software and you went out and you threw a dance party. Misspending is not, I don't believe that marketing is a good use of that's a position, but we have made the decision, and I firmly believe it's the right decision to also protect certain spending and investments. We are in this challenge because of enrollments. The worst thing we could do is unilaterally disarm versus all of the other competition and not spend any money on marketing. And I think Dr. Menzel is right in pointing out that that was one of the top areas of feedback we got from the schools is they wish there was more marketing support. So I want to be clear. We have been given every single position in the district office. We know exactly every person, we know how much they make, and we know what function. I can tell you today that of 293 people, 55 of them are not really district, they're more site-based. I can tell you how many secretaries there are, and I can have an opinion about that as just one person. I can tell you the largest administrative departments are IT, finance, and HR. So it's just really important for the community to understand. We have been given complete and total transparency of data for every single person that works at the district office. Now, there's other district expenses like software and so on. I'm focusing, because it tends to be the biggest part of our budget, on people. We also get from the AZ auditor how we compare to other districts of our size. We are not the most efficient, to be clear, but we're below median, which in this case is a good thing. So more than half of the districts of our size spend more per pupil on district expenses than we do. And that's even with a misclassification where we're kind of dinging ourselves by classifying some things at the district level that other districts don't. And many of these district expenses started originally as site expenses. The way to which we wanted to save money was to centralize them at the district level. And that's like a story as old as time, that people forget that the reason why we centralized something was to save money, then point at it and say, why do we spend so much money on it? So I just think it does a disservice to the district to describe differences of opinion on what we should spend as misspending. I really take offense at that characterization. So all of that being said, I actually do believe there is room more for, that's why I asked the question, is, can we continue to push harder at the district level? I think some of our HR staffing ratios, some of our finance staffing ratios, actually our administrative assistant ratios, I do think there are places on the margins that I would push even harder above the 5, but this is not a one and done process. This is an ever-going process. So in just 1 year on the board, do I know what's been added in the last 7 years? No, but what I know is what we're spending right now, and that feels like the most relevant set of data to begin to work from. So We are in this situation because demographically there are fewer school-age kids in our district. We are in this situation, and if it upsets us to be in this situation, we should only be voting for state legislators who want to increase per pupil funding and want to create a true level playing field in the competitive marketplace, as opposed to having public schools have all the rules and our competitors have no rules.
Mr. Sharkey?
I'll state my piece, and you sort of stole the thunder with that last comment about it really is the legislature. I saw the last thing that was put on the table last week was a proposal that if a superintendent gets a bonus, then everybody in the district must get a bonus as a way to sort of curtail. That's not serious legislating in my mind. That is not serious. That is not someone who cares about public education.
This is not agendized, Short.
I was about to gavel, thank you, but as we channel it back to our budget.
Part
Go
of
ahead.
saying my piece about why we're here, because I need to justify why we're here. I appreciate that when we had our study session, we collectively pushed back on the district. The $334,000 that's on this list now was not on there. And that was from the board pushing back and saying that there needs to be skin in the game from the district. And so that to me is a constructive way that the board can give distinct feedback and work with the district to find those reductions. So I'm happy that those came to the table. The short answer to me is very similar to Board Member Patinsky. I would support option 3 with keeping the counselor ratio as is and striking the increase to 401 ratio. Again, with all due respect to every position here that is important to our families, to our kids, to our staff. I don't want to cut any of these if we don't have to, but I would support option 3 with keeping the guidance counselor ratio where it is today.
Can I go back to marketing real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
So I think with two things. At the study session, no one was willing to address product and culture as possibly being reason for declining enrollment as well. And additionally, we talked about how the product doesn't match the brand. And what that means is we're spending over $1 million a year on marketing, but based on result, the message is wrong. And it's about adjusting the message and producing the product that matches our brand.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Ms. Carney.
I want to say, and I've said it before, I hate it. I hate even having to say it because I feel like I'm the one, always the one talking about it, talking about that. I'm trying to find a solution of an area that I feel we can cut, and that no one seems to look into it or care. So that is just me bringing that forward as a solution, as I would in my own business, right? Figure out where, and that's it. So if no one else thinks it, then we cut here at the school sites.
I'm going to attempt to summarize. I want to make sure everybody's had a chance to vent and talk and think. All right, so I'm going to make a motion that we opt for option 3 minus the guidance counselor ratio change, which would absorb the $549,000 over the amount down by $359,000. So whatever adjustment that is, that puts us more right at target savings. So that's tighter than I like, but respect the reasons for it. This is also a necessary decision this evening for contracts. And then as we look at a maybe larger footprint next year, a more aggressive footprint for phase 2, we can have that conversation in our ongoing budgetary conversations. So I will make a motion to approve option 3 minus the guidance counselor ratio change. I need a second.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Warner?
No.
Dr. Patinsky?
Yes.
Ms. Carney?
I'd like to explain my vote.
Go ahead.
I'm going to abstain because I did not get the information that I requested on positions and programs from 2019 to current.
All right, Mr. Patinsky? I'm sorry. You.
Yes.
Mr. Sharkey's a yes, and Dr. Lewis is a yes. So it passes 3-1-1. And thank you for IBN for all of its painful work to bring that forward to us. Appreciate everything that everybody's done, and we will continue to keep finessing our understanding and development as we look to the continued decline that our demographers have projected for us. All right, that brings us now to action 10, what was formerly B and now C. Approve employee contract language and listed benefits for school year 26-27. Dr. Cruz?
Thank you, President Lewis and Governing Board. I thank you for moving this item after the budget saving options. I do want to just call out one more change that I did not call out in the background. The performance pay has also been removed for principals and APs from those contracts because it is on the green section that you just voted yes on. So we did not want to have this option come before the budget savings vote. If not, I would have been amending my recommendation for this evening for those contract templates. All the other contract templates are really just form and function, date, change, et cetera. The other large one that I will call out, specifically asked for, was the removal of performance pay from senior cabinet level contracts. That has also been removed.
Comments from the board? Questions?
On the removal of performance pay, obviously, it's been enacted for this year. I'm assuming we would want an option to bring it back. Is there a way to have the wording where it's optional, that we don't have to sort of put it in and out of the contracts every year, or is that the best practice to do that?
I'll defer to Ms. McLennan.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. 15502 allows the governing board to set employee benefits for the ensuing school year. Once contracts are issued, it's very difficult to increase those benefits without a gift of public funds argument. So you can't, if the employees agree to do the job for the time, space, it's difficult to increase it.
Thank you.
That being said, Mr. Sharkey, you certainly could revisit that for a subsequent year.
I'm just thinking of making it easier that we don't have to change it every time.
Correct.
Ms. Carney?
Yeah, I would like to see us readdress that because I don't believe that we should be taking the performance pay away from the principals. That's something they work hard for and deserve, and they already don't get paid enough for that.
We can modify the contract language this evening.
Madam President, that's undoing your vote.
Oh, in the
That's correct.
in the budget?
It's
So-
undoing the vote you just took.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Potensky, any comment?
No.
Ms. Warner?
No.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the employee contract language and listed benefits for school year 26-27 as presented.
Second the motion.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Ms. Warner, I'm unclear in your vote.
I said aye.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Thank you. That passes 5-0.
Thank you, Governing Board.
Thank you. Dr. Cruz, we are now at item 10D, second read and approval of the middle school planning guide for 26-27. We had a discussion about this previously. I think you have some feedback from that. Any additions?
We don't have any additions or changes. Dr. Jagodinsky is here to answer any additional questions, should you have any, but we would just, our recommendation stays the same for the second read.
I make a motion to approve the middle school planning guide for 26-27 as presented. I need a second.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0 pass. Approval of supplemental materials for the 25-26 school year. Dr. J?
Good evening. President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, Governing Board members, Dr. Menzel, Gladys, and guests that are still here. This evening, I'm bringing forward a recommendation for supplemental materials for the 25-26 school year for your consideration and approval. I'm happy to take questions. I'm also happy to move through this presentation.
I know we saw this earlier, did we not?
I believe the information was sent to you. It was moved from the January meeting until today.
Okay, how many slides is it? Because it's 11:03.
Not many. I'm happy to go through it really quickly.
All right, why don't you do abbreviated version, please?
Great.
And then we'll take you on if there's more questions.
Yeah, this year, in response to the need really from our administrators and the community, is to revisit the supplemental approval process. This was something that traditionally has been done at the end of the school year for the following school year in a large scale swoop. That didn't account for any new opportunities that would come up, so we convened a committee in the fall. They have a few recommendations for you this evening, as I said. We do have committee members from Teaching and Learning Department, Gifted Services, Student Services, Special Ed, as well as instructional coaches from ELD, ELA, and CTE. We also have parents and a community member as well on the committee. This work is, of course, guided by state statute and policy. Just a real quick definition of materials so that everybody's on the same page. We have district-adopted curriculum that is utilized 80% or more of the time in our classrooms, supplemental books and novels, supplemental materials, which are district-approved materials, financial support, district-provided coaching, used at multiple sites up to 20%, and then teachers have the opportunity to utilize ancillary materials with the approval of their site administrators. The materials that we're bringing forward this evening are CTE, the medical terminology, mastering the basics, as well as the NASM Essentials of Personal Fitness Training ebook and companion workbook. These support our CTE pathways and align with industry standards. For Desert Canyon Elementary School, the committee is recommending All Things EQ, academic and leadership skills, which provides tools to support student leadership and social emotional development. In accordance with state statute, all of these materials were placed on public display beginning November 21st through today. And we are requesting your approval to move forward with these resources.
Questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I make a motion to approve the supplemental materials for 25-26. Did you mean 25-26?
Yeah, for the remainder of the school year and then
Okay.
for future.
Okay, I
use
got
as well.
confused on that, thank you. For 25-26, I need a second.
Second the motion?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, approval of Fourth Amendment to Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, between SUSD and the City of Scottsdale City for audit services. Dr. Menzel?
This should be relatively straightforward. It's a
Okay.
one-year extension of the agreement. And then any specific audit that were to be entered into would have another addendum that outlines the terms of that particular audit. Right now, we don't have one in queue because we're already in process with a different audit and considering a different company for the next audit.
I make a motion to approve the Fourth Amendment IGA between SUSD and the city for audit services. Second. Any comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. We will do future agenda items, and then we will adjourn into executive session and then resume to adjourn our general session. So let me go through future agenda items with board members. Board members, would you like to put on in writing future agenda items?
What do you mean in writing?
Well, it's protocol to put in writing what you'd like to see happen, so that the staff
So
is.
you say it here, but follow it up with an email.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
So it's
formalizes
not
the
just,
request.
I'd like to talk about, PE programs.
Yes, I have two topics. We received an email from a parent about kind of gifted and the general criteria for gifted. It's a topic that I've been interested in, as we've addressed it in the handbooks. Do we have, it feels like we've shifted from a world where an honors tied to gifted in the upper grades, where it was more open enrollment. It's become a lot more selective. I know at my son's middle school, there are Now, clubs or electives that require being designated as gifted to be part of the electives, I'm just someone who believes in opening up as many pathways for students to get excited and engaged in curricula and challenge themselves. So I'd like, and I'll be tighter on the scope, but I would like us to spend a little bit of time doing a deeper dive into how we approach gifted and honors. And then the second topic
With an
is,
admissions focus, is that what I'm hearing?
let me
Okay.
put it in writing
Okay, thank you.
more concretely.
Okay.
And then the second topic is picking up right where we left. We do have all the data that I described about the district. We have not discussed the data. And so I do, both for public confidence and also for opportunities for continued savings, even if it turns out not to be in this budget cycle, once contracts are initiated, I would like to see us at a study session or in a typical board meeting to do a deep dive into the district office, how it's organized, where the heads are distributed, and just bring more general community understanding about our district office expenses.
Thank you. Other future agenda items? Ms. Carney? No? Ms. Warner? Mr. Sharkey?
No, no,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm good too. All right, we will have our upcoming meeting, March 10th at 6 PM. Will be a regular governing board meeting here in Coronado High School. We will not be adjourning the general session at this time, as we will be moving into executive session. We will ask our audience to go ahead and dismiss, and we'll stay in this room for our executive session. Thank you all for a long and committed evening.
Madam
Sorry.
President, may I suggest a motion?
I need a motion to go into executive session.
Correct. So the motion that the governing board needs to make is the motion to adjourn to executive session pursuant to 38-431.03A3 for the purpose of getting legal advice regarding the resignation pulled from the consent agenda.
So moved.
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That passes. I make a motion to
To
open.
reconvene.
Reconvene the general governing board meeting. Do I need a second?
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I think that was a 5-0. All right. We are continuing the consent agenda item that was pulled on Victor Bobbitt to accept the resignation. I make a motion to accept the resignation of Victor Bobbitt. Need a second.
Second the motion.
All right, any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Karen?
I'd like to explain my vote. Yeah, I'm going to
Please.
explain my vote.
Go ahead.
There are just some times that terminations apply, and in my opinion, this would be one of them. So being that that's not an option for us, according to legal counsel, I'm going to abstain.
Motion passes 3-1-1. I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and the motion passes at 11:30 PM.